Okay, we are live.
Start?
Yes.
Okay, you want to do the screen? Good morning. This is the New York City Board of Standards and Appeals Public Review Session for October 30th, 2023. There'll be no public testimony during the review session. For the record, Commissioner Otley Brown is joining us remotely. Okay, can I start? Okay, the following cases are adjourned: 11-93BZ, 645 Casina Boulevard, Queens, 24172BZ, 24172BZ, 136 East 37th Street, Manhattan, 2017-269BZ, 65 Grasmere Avenue, Staten Island.
I have a statement to make on this one. Is that about 2 hearings ago, the board had asked the applicant to update the statement of findings related to neighborhood character. Specifically, the board had asked that more clarity be provided regarding how the legalization of the expansion of the facility will not affect the neighborhood character in terms of air quality, noise, and it was not provided. It may be related to the SECRA review, but I just again want to remind the applicant that that is a element of the statement of findings that needs to be done, and until the findings related to neighborhood character is addressed, we cannot close the matter either, even if the SECRA element may be outstanding. So I just want to put it on record there. Okay. Yes, please. Thank you.
2021-1BZ, 3118 37th Street, Queens. The following item is postponed: 2023-14A, 1707 Richmond Avenue, Richmond State Terrace, Staten Island. The following item is withdrawn, to be withdrawn. Sorry, let's look at 2022-58BZ.
Okay. Motion to withdraw.
Chair Shonda,
Aye.
Vice Chair Shabeta,
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown,
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta,
Aye.
Commissioner Yoon.
Aye.
Application is withdrawn.
You wanna say the address because you didn't see that.
Didn't I not say it? I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I apologize. The withdrawal is for 44, it's 2022-58BZ, 4420 15th Avenue, Brooklyn.
Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Decision items, item number 7, 1705 5A, volume 4, 3333 Giles Place, the Bronx.
Okay, there will no submission was required. This is an extension of time and waiver of board's rules. I make a motion to approve.
Chair Shonda,
Aye.
Vice Chair Shabeta,
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown,
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta,
Aye.
Commissioner Yoon.
Aye.
Application's been granted. Next item, 19502BZ, volume 4, 2797 Linden Boulevard, Brooklyn.
Just give me a second. So we received DOT approval with the following conditions. And the conditions are, and I'm reading it up it now out loud because these would be part of the conditions also. And the conditions are: no additional curb cuts beyond the 5 described in the letter dated 10/10/2023 shall be allowed to serve the subject property. No existing or proposed vertical sidewalk appurtenance, for example, signs, utility pole, street trees, fire hydrant, etc., shall be located within 7 feet of the outside edge of either curb cut. The applicant shall continue to coordinate with New York City DOT's Division of Signals and Street Lighting to obtain final approval for removal or relocation of the existing street light poles located on the east side of Drew Street, just south of the proposed location for 31-foot curb cut described above, described in that letter. The applicant shall close all existing unused curb cuts or portion thereof located along the sites Drew Street, Linden Boulevard, and Ruby Street frontages through construction of full-height curb and sidewalk. The cost for construction of the full-height curb and sidewalk shall be borne exclusively by the property owner. Under no circumstances shall vehicle queues from the drive-through window be allowed to spill back and obstruct the free-flowing bidirectional movement of vehicles or pedestrian along the roadway or sidewalk on Drew Street. The sidewalk across the proposed curb cut on Ruby Street shall be designed to accommodate truck traffic. This section of sidewalk shall be constructed using heavy-duty concrete, in brackets, New York City DOT Type 3 design, to ensure its structural stability in accordance with its usage by trucks as per current New York City DOT standards. In order to accommodate the proposed curb cuts on Linden Boulevard, the applicant shall coordinate with the Brooklyn Borough Engineers Office to remove or relocate the existing parking regulation sign and associated sign pole along the north side of Linden Boulevard. The applicant should contact the Brooklyn Borough Engineer to schedule implementation of the appropriate signs at least 4 weeks prior to the usage of the curb cut for trash collection purposes. If any of the conditions above is not met, New York City DOT will coordinate with Department of Buildings to remove approval of the curb cut design and location as stated. So to that effect, the revised plans have been submitted. And I hope on the commissioners, you all had a chance to review. Yes? Okay, good. And in that, you do see there's been a reduction in number of parking spaces. It is back to the existing count, 18. And the lumen spread diagram has been revised. Okay, I see Commissioner Sheta nodding his head, so he approves it. And the menu board location has been modified due to the new curb cut. And with that, an updated sound study also has been provided. Okay, and Commissioner Sheta is saying he has seen it.
Yes, I've seen that.
And
Yep.
you're okay with it?
Yep.
Okay,
Thank you.
great. So if all the commissioners are okay, I would like to go ahead with a motion. Okay, so I want to make a motion to approve this extension of term for 10 years. And with that, the conditions as stated earlier, the DOT conditions, and also that trash pickup shall occur between 7 p.m. to 8 p.m. or earlier, and noise reducing fence of 6 foot high as shown in the plan equal or better shall be provided along the rear lot line. So with that,
Motion to approve, Chair Shanda,
aye.
Vice Chair Shibata,
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown,
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta,
Aye.
Commissioner Yoon.
Aye.
Application has been granted. 426-81BZ, 2329 Story Avenue, the Bronx.
Okay, we received a revised DOB objection sheet for the proposed change of use, and an amendment also has been provided to the statement of fact. The Community Board Executive Committee had voted in favor of this application back in July, and we had we wanted to see if the Community Board had wanted to vote on it. And our project managers did reach out to the Community Board and had not received any response to our several phone calls. So with the effort being made and the fact that the Executive Committee was satisfied with this application, are you all okay to vote in favor? Okay.
I would say we heard this case and closed it on August 7th. And it's been since then that we've requested the community board. They have not made any statements. They sent out their community board request. The executive committee of the executive board of the community board met months before they came before PSA. So I think under those circumstances, with the community board not being responsive, we shouldn't hold an applicant under with no good reason to believe there's anything that is that would be consequential. We should not hold them up.
Okay. Everybody's okay with that?
Yeah, I agree. I would say if they have an objection to it, you could have like communicated with us, but since they didn't do, maybe they are okay with it, especially with the executive committee voting yes.
Yep.
So I would be okay with voting today.
Okay, great. Thank you. Then I make a motion to approve the amendment to the proposed use and an extension of term for 10 years with the condition that there shall be no storage of combustible material at the site, and prior board conditions that were not superseded and current conditions shall be reflected in the certificate of occupancy, especially the hours of operation.
Chair Shonda,
Aye.
Vice Chair Shabeta,
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown,
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta,
Aye.
Commissioner Yoon.
Aye.
Application has been granted. 2016-3BZ, 1212 Victory Boulevard, Staten Island.
No submission was required, so I make a motion to approve this extension of time.
Chair Shonda,
Aye.
I just have one.
Oh, sorry. go
Did
ahead.
we, I remember there was a note of whether or not they've made the payment for the type 2 fee?
they did.
Yes.
Vice Chair Shabeta,
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown,
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta,
Aye.
Commissioner Yoon.
Aye.
Application has been granted. 2017-262BZ, 18 Stanwix Street, Brooklyn.
We unfortunately have
To
to
defer this.
defer it because we still do not have a sign off on air quality and noise.
2018-173BZ, 128 Beach, 9th Street, Queens.
Finally, we received the WRP sign off in September and also have the revised SECRA documents. So if everybody is okay, it's been a while since we reviewed this case. I want to make a motion to approve with the following conditions. That BAC is not waiving any applicable New York State DEC rules or regulations applicable to the subject site and or related to the adjacency of the subject property to the tidal wetland area. Any deviation from any applicable DEC rules or regulations shall be subject to review and approval by DEC. And the applicant shall contact New York State DEC Division of Environmental Permits prior to issuance of any building permits to confirm if any additional review or permits are required. BSA is also not waiving any applicable flood regulations, including Article 6, Chapter 4 of the zoning resolution and Appendix G of the building code as applicable and shall be complied with as reviewed and approved by DOB.
Just a question. If DAC doesn't respond, because they haven't responded to us, if they don't respond upon them reaching out, see if they needed anything else. Like, so they're,
I cannot opine on what DEC's review process is.
okay,
They did provide an initial statement saying that in this area is known for having some rare species of animals and plants, and that this would require detailed survey, and based on that, what is found needs to be reported. That's my general understanding. I cannot specify the detail. As I said, this is not something I have dealt with. But that's, and this was something the DEC in its letter from, I think, 2022 had stated, or more, even more recently, just as a general comment. And I think that's what needs to be followed.
I understand. I was just, my only question was, it said that the prior to issuing of a building permit, they should confirm whether any additional review or permits are required. If they don't reply to that confirmation, how long of a timeline would we say?
Well, generally, per the variance, it's a 2-year.
Okay.
And after that, if they still haven't received it, they can come for
Got it.
the statutory, right?
Yeah, thank
So
you.
that's. how-
I'm sorry, Madam Chair.
Yep,
If I may, it's statutorily, they have 4 years pursuant to 7223 to substantially complete construction of the property, minus whatever discretionary condition that the board imposes with regards to certificates of occupancy.
right. Thank you. 4 years to vest. So is everybody okay with that clarification?
Yeah, I believe it's fair
We wanna vote?
to condition on the
Okay,
DEC approval.
Yeah.
It's fair not to hold an application like this for the response from any possible response from DEC.
Right.
And in addition, the flood regulations are covered as well. And I believe they added notes on
Yes,
the plans regarding
did.
these two.
They have,
plans. Yeah,
yes,
yeah.
they do have these
yeah.
notes on the plans, yes. Okay, so if everybody's okay with that condition, motion. to
Ms. Prenga has her hand up.
Who?
Ms. Prenga.
Oh, I'm sorry, Ms. Prenga, go ahead.
I just wanted to add that the applicant did say that they have filed an application with DEC and are working with them now. If they don't receive an approval, they understand that they need to come back to BSA.
Okay,
Just wanted to let you know. Thank you.
thank you for that update. Okay,
the motion to approve.
yes,
Chair Shanda,
aye,
Vice Chair Shavetta,
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown,
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta,
Aye.
Commissioner Yoon.
aye,
Application has been granted. 2022-38 BZ 4902, 4920, 14th Avenue, Brooklyn.
it's my understanding that we are still waiting for a sign off from DOT, so, which I'm told is imminent.
One second, Paul.
So we are going to second call this, schedule it for tomorrow. Is there any other update,
Jella?
Ms. Prenga or Ms. Benke?
And I believe that's the current status, excuse me.
Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you.
Next item, 2023-09A, 43 Cunard Avenue, Staten Island. I understand we still haven't received fire department sign off.
Right, so we have not received a fire department sign off on this, though my understanding is based on the submission that was made. The plans were revised based on the comments that the applicant received. But I still need the sign off from fire department, so maybe we also put this for a second call for tomorrow. And please reach out to our fire department representative and see if there is any issues.
Okay.
Thank you.
2023-25 BZY, 36 West 66th Street, Manhattan.
Madam Chair, I must recuse myself.
Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you. Okay, and I think is Council Vine also,
Council Vine is also
I'm
recused.
also recused.
right?
Okay.
All right, so we received a community board vote in favor of the extension of time to complete construction. And the applicant in its letter dated 10/23 did provide an update on the violation status. Did you all have a chance to review it? And did it respond to all the questions and comments? I felt it did, but okay, so all the commissioners are nodding in agreement. So I then make a motion to approve for the extension of time to complete construction and obtain certificate of occupancy.
Chair Shanda,
Aye.
Vice Chair Shabeta,
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta,
Aye.
Commissioner Yoon.
Aye. Okay,
Application's been granted. Continued hearing items, 16008 BZ, 651, 671 Fountain Avenue, Brooklyn.
okay. Please bear with me. I have a lot of notes on this one. So to refresh, the initial application was heard on October 4th, 2021. And on April of 2022, the board had denied it for lack of a jurisdiction. And in 2023, January 2023, the applicant had requested for a re-argument, which was denied by the board. And it was mooted out by the court decision of March 29, 2023. And that the court found that BSA had jurisdiction to consider petitioner's application to amend and extend the prior variance, and directed the board to calendar the application for hearing and determination. So that's where we are at. And as you may recall, this is an application, this is on the SOC calendar to amend a post-1961 variance application for a change of use, extension of term, which expired on July 13, 2013, extension of time to obtain certificate of occupancy, which expired on January 13th, 2012, and waiver of board's rule for delayed filing. This proposed amendment for the prior grants are as follows. It's a change of use from a commercial storage of vehicles with accessory fuel storage and repair, use group C and B, to only commercial vehicle storage, use groups 16C. Use group 16C and B to a only commercial vehicle storage, use group 16C, and elimination of the sales, repair, and fuel storage with that. The proposed number of parking spaces would be reduced from 145 spaces to 107 spaces. And the applicant is stating that the type of vehicles would be small vans versus buses that were being used, that were using this facility to store vehicles. And the proposed floor area of the building would also reduce from 5,300 square foot to 700 square foot. And the number of curb cuts will reduce to one curb cut fronting only on Fountain Avenue. The question before the board back then was it a major or a minor case? And that would determine whether it should be part of SOC or variance. The applicant in its submission states that the proposed amendment is minor, as it is a reduction in the scope. For the board to consider the amendment, the applicant needs to show that the proposed change of use does not disturb the findings that were made by the prior board, especially would the change in character of use change the findings. To that end, the recent submission included a brief narrative with supporting documents regarding the change of neighborhood character over 15 years, along with a land use map comparing the 2010 land use to 2021, and historic aerial maps from 2008 to 2021. What is telling about the historic aerial is that a majority of the abutting blocks land use had remained unchanged. Most of the blocks to the south and east of the subject block were built with 1 and 2 family homes, except for the block bounded by Pine, Euclid, Stanley, and Wortman, which is block 4527. From the initial filing in 2008 to granting the variance in 2010, the remaining portion of the lots on this abutting block 4527 remained undeveloped, except for few lots developed with 1 or 2 homes. The block was built out after the initial grant in 2010. Seems from the historic map more like sometime around in 2014 or 2012. Apart from this development, the neighborhood character, in my opinion, has remained same since the initial grant. So the applicant also in its letter provided some facts regarding how much of the residential, the area around the subject site has been residential versus non-residential then and today. And based on the statement the applicant is making, is that it has remained more or less the same. Around 69% were residential and 39% was non-residential, and that percentage still holds today. The applicant needs to show that the changing character and the proposed use does not change the findings related to B, C, and E. And that needs to be stated in the statement of finding, not just in the cover letter. I thought the information provided in the cover letter was helpful, but it needs to be translated into statement of facts and findings. The applicant in its letter states that the subject site is, quote, situated perfectly as a buffer between the commercial/industrial and residential uses at the, oh my God, what's happening with my glasses? at the zoning district boundary, and the proposed change in use on the subject site would result in lower intensity commercial use. For it to serve as a buffer, for the subject site to serve as a buffer and a transition, the proposed project needs to improve the site plan, treatment of the lot lines with material that is more in keeping with the residential context, more greening, better material than what is proposed, and we need more specificity and detail regarding the proposed improvements and the material and the treatment and the timeline. Another critical element is minimizing the through vehicle traffic to and from the proposed use. I need a clear understanding of the operation, process, timing, and a more detailed narrative, and if needed, analysis like tech memo, I believe is needed, and that needs to be provided. The applicant in its letter states that the total number of vans anticipated to be at the site is 70, with 107 parking spaces proposed, providing a buffer for the exchange of delivery vans and employee vehicles. And I don't understand, based on that, the need for 107 parking spaces. If 70 vans are anticipated to be at the site. So even if every employee arrives at the site, I'm assuming we can use the same location where the vans were parked to park your car, and then take the van out and move it, and then you take your car out when you're done with the van service. I do not see there being a need to have a separate van parking space and a separate car parking space. So I need to understand that. And the traffic analysis, if you're proposing 107 spaces, then the traffic analysis should be based on 107 vans, not 70 vans and remaining being the drivers who will be coming using the personal vehicles. Because I want to assume the worst case. If you are proposing 107, then do an analysis with 107 vans. Because there is no way. I think it will be impractical and for us to assume that we can monitor the operation of the site once it's fully operational. So assuming that it is not possible, even though there might be belts and suspenders in place, I want to assume a worst case scenario. If you're proposing 107, do an analysis of 107 vehicles that are all vans that will be going back and forth. And I'm saying this also partly because there's a lot of skepticism amongst the board member here in terms of how in the past the site has been misused. And unless that skepticism is removed genuinely by the applicant and his team, and we don't know who the operator is, and since lot will lie on the operator to ensure that it complies with it, I am going to err on the conservative side and ensure that we look at the worst case scenario. The applicant states that the board has regularly and consistently granted applications on the SOC calendar when graffiti and fences in disrepair existed at the site. I don't believe that applies to the current board. The applicant has been before the board for a while and knows well that the current board has made applicants correct egregious situations prior to vote, and in some instances, the board has denied extension of term when not complying to prior grant. And I would strongly suggest the applicant and his team to stick around throughout our SOC hearings and listen to the comments that we make on these SOC calendars. So given the lack of oversight of the subject site by the tenants and the property owner over the years, the board, should it consider granting an approval, the term should be short. And I would also strongly suggest that we have a compliance hearing within a few years of the grant to ensure that the site complies with all the conditions that would be in place. Otherwise, it will be we will terminate the extension and deny the grant for lack of compliance. So I'm spelling all of this out because I really want to be clear as to the intent. We do want the project to succeed, but it needs to succeed based on what we are guiding the applicant. And I do not want to go too much back and forth on this. And I want to the message to be loud and clear for the applicant and its team and the property owner. And if need be, we may even do a restrictive deck on this site to ensure that any cloud on this site, any developer or any operator is going to operate, the responsibility will lie on the operator and the property owner.
Madam Chair, do you mind clarifying how long you mean when you say short term?
It's too premature for us at this point because we have just started. It's like starting fresh. But I want to give a heads up and a warning to everybody. This is how I'm thinking at this point, and I can change my thinking if there's a good faith effort put in by the applicant to make these changes now and do all the initiatives now. If not, we are going to take stringent measures and make sure that this site operates properly and there is no slippage between the operator and the property owner in maintaining this site.
And that's working on the assumption that it is actually granted in the end.
That is exactly. Thank you. Yes.
Would you like me to proceed?
Thank you. Yes.
Thank you, Chair.
Vice
Thank you for your very thorough review. I'm not going to be repetitive, but I do agree with much of what you said. I too do not believe that this meets the qualification of a major application. Although I do appreciate that the applicant took on the nomenclature of calling this site a buffer site. And I would like to see the plans reflect that, that this buffer would be something that is keeping the residential neighborhood safe from this type of use. I would like to see more greenery at this site. I do agree with the type of material and that the change in material that be much more softer design to be much more welcoming to the residential neighborhood. I understand the difficulty of creating an operational plan when you don't have an operator at the site, but we need something that gives some sort of guidelines as to what the community is to expect with these vans. I did find a quality of separating the personal vehicles with the company vehicles. And that's basically, I would imagine that's that way because of liability and different types of insurances, et cetera. With regard to I would agree with if we do at the end decide to make a grant. I do understand the need for short leash. That is both due to the history of the site, but also the unknown variables. We don't know who the new operator will be. We don't know how that's going to, if they're going to, they never agreed to the guidelines that we're going to enter into prior to this grant, if we do grant. So therefore, we would want to see that they are respecting those guidelines. Nothing further from me though, Chair.
Thank you for the clarification. And actually, if we do not have an operator, the onus falls on the property owner and more so than the operator. And I want to make sure, I don't know how the lease terms would be with the responsibility of maintaining the site and building out all the finishes that we would prescribe should be granted fall on the operator or the property owner. I am uncomfortable it falling on the operator because
well, yeah, the grant goes with the property.
The grant goes with the property. And so we need to think a little bit out of the box and I would advise my councils to think as to how do we make sure that this gets done and the responsibility at the end of the day lies with the property owner. Maybe the maintenance obligation is with the operator, but the building it out and monitoring it, ensuring it complies, falls squarely on the property owner. So.
No, I was just thinking like a model, you know how like hotels and other places have models, maybe a model.
Like you're talking about the franchisee kind?
Yeah, like a model, maybe that.
I don't know. I mean, this is something we need to think.
Yeah.
We've
And
crossed this before. We've been around something like
I
this
know.
before. So I I don't think it's gonna be that big of an issue. My concern was more of the day-to-day vans coming in and out. That's more of like that was where I thought that it'd be important to have that compliance to see if they're actually abiding by it. The build out and stuff like that, they generally do because it's part of their lease and it's all part of the agreement and someone wouldn't want to get into it. I was more concerned about the day-to-day, moving forward.
Right, and I think the day-to-day operation also affects the traffic flow. And
Sure.
not knowing the operator, what kind of operation and how you monitor that becomes tricky and challenging, and to me, that is concerning. Any other comments,
No,
Vice
none
Chair?
for me, Chair.
Okay. Commissioner Otley Brown?
So I actually agree that in principle, this seems like this is a less intensive use than what occupied this site before. And so because of that, I'm open to the idea of this use continuing on this site in its new fashion. However, like the applicant himself has said, this is a buffer site between the residential to the east and the commercial and industrial to the west. And so I think that it should be laid out respectful of the fact that there is residential on Euclid. And I think one way in which they can do that would be to observe the parking text amendment and install more greenery and buffering, at least along the side of the site that fronts on Euclid, to ensure that they are no longer a nuisance to the residential property owners in the neighborhood. And I agree with you, Chair, that, we have to definitely put them on a short leash to monitor the situation because of previous non-compliances with this site. But I do feel that the property owner, if given the chance, can prove to the board that they can become a good neighbor in this area. But as I said, I would appreciate close monitoring of the site going forward to ensure that. And particularly as to the number of parking spaces, number of vans, I do understand the need to have some exchange spaces because if workers are coming in with their cars, they have to put them somewhere while the vans are actually still parked. So you should have some kind of reservoir of parking spaces available so that they can park somewhere and then pull the van out and leave, because the other alternative would be that they're going to be parking their cars on the street, moving vans on the street, then getting back in their car, putting the car into the lot. And that to me is going to be a lot more disruptive in the area. And so I could see why they would need that. But still in all, even though they do need that, it's their responsibility to ensure that that's not going to result in them increasing the number of vans that they're going to fit onto this property, because they may perceive this as the board being weak or there being a loophole. We have to be very clear that there's got to be a maximum number of vans that they stick with. And so I would like to see what the applicant does going forward. I'm open to this.
Okay. I think from what both Commissioner Otley Brown and Vice Chair Shibata is saying, lot will lie on the way the site is designed and how the parking spaces for the van is being separated out by the employees so that it's absolutely clear where the vans can park. And maybe the design needs to be done in a way where it is not going to be misused. That is really my biggest concern. And I do not want at the end of the day, it being instead of 70 vans, it becomes 107 vans and employees are back again parking on the street kind of thing. So how do we get around to it? So I think a lot lies on the design of the site. Okay. Which I don't think the current site lays it out that way. Commissioner Sheta, thank you both.
Thank you, Chair. I don't know, Peter Repetitive. My look at this case is, yes, I do agree with the applicant that this is not a major change. This is the site uses is getting down significantly. The number of parking spaces, the nature of the uses is much less intense. So on the major use issue, I do agree with the applicant. I also don't see much change for the past at least 10, 15 years. in the character of the neighborhood. So I agree with the applicant that this site, I wouldn't say is a buffer, but I would say could be made or designed to act as a buffer from the like adjacent intensive commercial close to the residential properties right there. The way that applicant gonna design this and the like as we progress that application towards the grant, if we're gonna do that, I would say we have to look at the term and whether we need to bring them after a year or 2 years or 5 years. That's gonna be based on the cooperation and the final design and the interaction with the applicant throughout the application course. On the number of parking spaces, I appreciate that the parking spaces are reduced from 145 space to 107 total. However, yes, we do have, or the applicant is proposing 70 spots for vans and like 50% of that for people to come and park their own cars and then grab a van and drive away. I do believe 50% is kind of like exaggerated number. I would, as an engineer, I would look at how to value whether it's 30, 35 or 15 or 10. I would say the best way to evaluate this is to look at the parking study itself, to run the parking, the traffic study, the traffic analysis itself based on 70 vans, and then see it's some sort of analogy to the queuing study when you look at an entity and cars coming in and you see how much queuing we're getting. They need to do something like that and prove it to us that instead of 70, probably you're gonna need 10 extra spaces for people who are coming to drive a van and leave a PCU. Again, the in rate and out rate is gonna govern how many spots we can tolerate in addition to the 70 spots for the vans. And then I believe we're gonna need a condition that the number of vans is gonna be capped on site to such and such, 70 spaces like they indicated. On the impact on the character of the neighborhood, they need to like infiltrate this into a statement of fact. I believe they are close to like getting there in the cover letter, but they need to amend the statement of facts and include that. In addition, they're gonna need to address the impact on the other variance findings. I believe this application, if we see some sort of cooperation, it could be close to a finish line. Hopefully it's gonna move. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I think a lot of it lies on the traffic analysis
Yes,
and the design.
and the design and traffic analysis, yes.
Okay, thank you very much. Commissioner Yoon.
Thank you. I also agree that it's a reduction of the variance and that the important factors will be the traffic analysis and the site design. I would, in addition to greening and buffering, I think that materiality and continuity of perimeter fences, particularly adjacent to residential neighbors, will be important, and that should be very clearly spelled out in the drawings. I have nothing further.
Right. So should I assume from what you're saying is that presently what has been provided does not respond to your comments with regards to greening and materiality?
Correct. It does not respond.
Okay. I just want to be very clear so that the applicant heard it. I think that none of the board members feel that what is proposed at this point addresses the element, the buffering element that's being talked about, the materiality, the greening and the treatment, all of that. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Oh, thank you. Yes, Executive Director Costanza.
Yes, Madam Chair, just maybe food for thought or a suggestion for the board and our staff and the applicant. Again, in the absence of the clarity of an operator, it's a speculative operational plan. So there are certain commitments perhaps that the property owner is willing to address as far as beautification, screening, Euclid, some of the comments that were made, but again, food for thought on moving forward if this application is successful, how the board would spell out some of those conditions, or the applicant would agree to certain conditions, and understanding that whatever the assumptions are that we arrive at, are contingent on a tentative operational plan. So, we should work in the wiggle room post an approval of how that could be handled, whether it's administratively or something that could require an amendment. Again, I don't have a solid thought on it. I just wanted to put it out there, and also for the applicant to think about, so that there's clarity in however the board arrives at its decision.
Yeah, I think definitely we do need to think about this carefully, and I do welcome suggestions from the applicant on this, and we will also internally need to think this very carefully, because I do not want this mistake to occur again.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Move on.
Yes, please.
295-57BZ, Volume 3, 14615 Union Turnpike, Queens.
Okay, so the last hearing on this application was held in August, and there were a few follow-ups the applicant had to look into, especially with regards to drainage, existing storage containers on the site, and the need to provide more photos of the improvements that were made to the site. To that effect, the applicant has provided a revised plan responding to the drainage. A trench drain is being proposed along 147th Street frontage. And it's not been built, but it's proposed. And photos have been submitted of the improvements that were made to the site. Storage bins, merchandises have been removed. The wall art that was in question along the street frontage remains because it's a artwork, and I'm told that it's a memorial artwork. So I'm okay with that response, but applicant still needs to be vigilant about any other forms of graffiti that gets incorporated and need to be removed. I don't have any other comments on this application. Vice Chair Shibeta.
I would just add, I do agree that it's a memorial and it should stay, although to properly honor it, I think it'd be appropriate to update it a bit. The framing is in very poor condition. We would like the memorial to properly honor the person, so it should be cleaned up a little bit. It can't just be left to decay in the way it has been.
So applicant, please note, be careful what you ask for. All right, thank you. Commissioner Otley Brown.
I have no additional comments.
Thank you. Commissioner Sheta.
Thank you, Chair. I want to thank them for considering installing French drain. I would urge them to make sure that it is enough layout and size to accommodate the anticipated drainage out of the site. And yes, I'm satisfied with the response regarding the graffiti, and yeah, I'm okay with the application so far. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Commissioner Yoon.
Thank you. I'm generally satisfied with the application. One thing I noticed is that the last statement of facts that I was able to find in the file was from August of 2021 from the prior representative. And so for our record, I assume we need to have an updated one from the current applicant's representative. That's a statement of facts. That's the only thing I had. Thank you.
Thank you for that catch. And yes.
Move on.
Yes, please.
71328BZ, 425 Vanderbilt Avenue, Staten Island.
So the initial hearing on this application was held on August 7th. And in response to the comments raised, the applicant has made its submission. We also received a community vote. It voted in favor of the application. So we have a revised plan and the applicant also provided legalization of the existing enlargement to ensure that it complies with 11-41, and also provided an analysis with regards to the TPPN of 1099 regarding the convenience store. I still have some concern regarding the location of the vacuum machine and air machine. The placement of the two machines at the tip of the site would result in vehicles encroaching on the sidewalks and interfering with pedestrian and traffic flow entering the gas pump. And this is at the tip of the triangle. So it is where most traffic will be flowing on both directions on the street also. So I don't think that is the best location for both of those machines to be located. And there isn't enough space for one car to park without encroaching onto the sidewalk. Also, I would say the applicant should include bollards along the property line abutting parking space number 1 and number 4 to prevent any encroachment of vehicles onto sidewalks. I also want the applicant to confirm if the existing wall along Metcalf is being retained. If so, it needs to be repaired, repainted, and extended at both ends of the property line, because it doesn't seem to extend all the way to the property line. It stops about 5 foot or so short on either direction. And per Google Street View, this boundary wall doesn't seem to, and I'm basing it based on the Google Street View, it doesn't seem to extend to the end of the property line. So if the existing wall is being retained, it needs to be indicated in the proposed plan and also need to indicate the material and the height. And those are my comments on this application. Vice Chair Shibeta.
Nothing further from me, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Otley Brown.
I have no additional comments.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Sheta.
Thank you, Chair. I have nothing further to add.
Okay. Commissioner Sheta. Oh, sorry, Commissioner Yoon. I'm sorry. My apologies.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Okay.
New cases, 799-89 BZ, Volume 3, 1470 Bruckner Boulevard, the Bronx.
We're calling it now Volume 3.
Well, the number is there, I see it, and I'm gonna call it. Should I not?
No, it just sounds like voluminous. That's all.
Oh, okay.
We received proof of service of initial filing and hearing notices. Community Board has scheduled this application for a vote for November 7th. This is an application for an extension of term for 10 years of a variance, which expired in 2023, which expires in 2023, very soon, I think, December of this year. So I do see the BSA resolution for 1993, but I did not see the BSA resolutions for the prior years from 1950 onwards. So those need to be provided. A compliance chart has been provided, and the applicant represents that the site complies with all prior conditions. With regards to the hours of operations, it wasn't clear from the documents what is the proposed hours of operation. With regards to the sign structure, signage, I see a sign structure that is located at the roof of the building. So what I want to know if that sign structure is legally grandfathered. If it is, please provide the necessary documents and indicate it on the plan and indicate the dimensions. Overall site condition, I would say the site, based on what I see from the photos and Google Street View, the sidewalk along Evergreen Avenue is in need of repair. With regards to the fencing and screening, the paints from a metal fence along Evergreen Avenue is peeling. It needs to be retouched. Regarding the prior board condition, it says, one of the conditions says, no fueling of trucks on the site, fire alarm connected to fire department approved central station. So I would like the applicant to provide proof in terms of photos of the interior site condition and photos or approved letter from fire department with regards to the central station. Those are my initial comments on this. Vice Chair Shibeta.
Thank you, Chair. The only thing I would add is instead, I would like photos of the entire interior, not just the fuel, not just
Okay.
to secure that they're not fueling trucks. We've only seen a small glimpse of the interior through the photos,
Okay. Thank you.
nothing further.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Otley Brown.
So I couldn't find proof of continuous use. Is it still?
I don't
in-
think it's needed because it's going to expire in December of 2023.
Oh, 2023. You know what? It's kind of confusing because the caption had said expired 2013.
2013, but I looked through.
But yeah, now that I'm looking at the statement, it says it's expiring 2023.
I
You're
looked
right
at
about
the-
that?
The resolution thing.
I think that's a typo, maybe.
Our calendar.
Yeah, so it's just a mistake with the listing.
Okay, so there's a typo that needs to be corrected.
Yeah, and I just had a question about how many buildings is this? Because the application says it's one single-story building, but the prior resolution says it's two single-story buildings. And it looks like it might be. So if they could clarify that, I'd appreciate it.
So you think it is more than one?
It appears as if it is between the plans and also the prior resolution.
Okay, all right, so that needs to be clarified. Got it. And I'm wondering if that any way affects the fire department analysis. I don't know. That's for the applicant to clarify. Okay, thank you. Commissioner Shetta?
Thank you, Chair. I agree with what's being said. In addition to that, I do believe that the sidewalk is in bad condition. It need to be looked at.
All along, or just a specific?
No, I believe on the front on Evergreen, I can see that it's very cracked. So they might need to like take a look into that, fix it. The other thing is the testing towers. I wanted them to clarify, because when I did look at the previous grant, I saw at the time of the previous grant, it was just one tower. Now, if you look at the aerial photos, I can share my screen if you want, but you can see 3 testing towers. I'm not sure what is the function of these towers and why they are 3, not 1, like previously, or at the time of the previous grant, how they added like the other 2, what is the function of these towers? Some sort of clarification on that. That's all what I have on this.
Actually, what is a testing tower?
Give me 1 sec.
Oh, those,
These guys,
okay.
there are 3 on this application. Actually, I'm not sure if the application shows 3. I believe they just show 1 or maybe 2. But when I looked at the previous grant and I looked at the Google images at the time, it was just 1.
What is a testing tower?
I have no clue. It probably it's a frame, it's a loading frame that they put the scaffolding units they manufacture, and they like apply loads to them to make sure that they meet the load requirements.
Okay.
That's my guess, but they need to clarify on that, and they need to tell us why they added 2 in top of the previously existed one. Thank you.
Thank you. Interesting. Okay, thank you. Commissioner Yoon?
Thank you. I have nothing further.
Thank you.
2016-4468 BZ Volume 2, 27 East 61st Street, Manhattan.
Okay, a proof of service of initial filing and hearing is not required. This is an extension of time. As I mentioned, it's an extension of time to complete construction and obtain the certificate of occupancy for a previously approved variance for a conversion and enlargement of an existing 6-story mixed-use building, commercial building, which expired on August of 2022. The applicant states the reason for the delay was the extension of time to complete the construction was told by 475 days during pandemic. And hence the date of the substantial construction extended to December 9th, 2023. So the extension of time to obtain certificate of occupancy was extended from September 20, 2022, 30 days after the extension of time, to January 8, 2024. So the submission is well within that tolling period based on that. Construction of the building did stall in October 29 and was on hold till 2023. But as we all know, retail has been difficult to be popular retail spaces, and fact that this building was designed for a single commercial tenant, it has been proven to be even more difficult with a very small footprint. The applicant states that 80% of the construction is complete and does have the fund to complete the remaining construction. And I would like the applicant to provide just photos of the interior condition. And with regards to the timeline, applicant states it shall be completed by April of 2024 and TCO by summer of 2024. I would like to know by when the certificate of occupancy shall be obtained, because that's where the extension of time is for also for the certificate of occupancy. There are 4 violations from 2018 to 2021, which as the applicant states, is being resolved and shall be resolved by December of 2023. So if there's any update on the violation status, I would like the applicant to provide an update at today's public hearing. Those are my comments. Vice Chair Shibata.
Thank you, Chair. I have nothing further. I would generally want a more specific timeline. But considering that they anticipate the completion within 5 months, I have nothing further to ask.
Okay. Yeah, it seems I remember going by this building. It looks pretty done. And what remains are minor, but still, they need to give us the complete timeline to CO.
Yeah.
Thank you. Commissioner Otley Brown.
I have no additional questions or comments about this case, but I do have one request of both you and the vice chair. If you could be a little louder, because your comments are kind of fading away. It's kind of difficult for me to hear online. I'd appreciate it. Thank you.
We'll deliberate on that.
Sorry, thank you. Is it better now? Okay.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, thank you. I hope all the prior comments were heard. We did talk a lot. Okay, Commissioner Sheta.
Thank you, Chair. I agree with your comments and your requests, and I have nothing further to add. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Yoon.
Thank you. I also went by the site within the last couple of weeks, and it appears done from the exterior. You can see that there's work going on the inside, but there's nothing that makes me question what they've claimed in their statement of facts. Nothing further from me.
Thank you. Okay.
Hold on.
Yes.
Appeals calendar, continued hearing items 2018-188A and 2018-189A, 194-28, 194-32 Dutton Avenue, Queens. Still waiting for DOT.
Yep. So as you know, the GCL was 36 was withdrawn. The only thing that is before us is for a GCL 35. And in May, the applicant had submitted a letter stating that the owner is working to resolve the outstanding DOT comments to close the GCL 35. And the owner retained a new architect who was preparing all the necessary builder's payment plan for a review. So I understand the applicant's representative will be at the public hearing today?
Yes, should be here.
Okay, so then we can expect an update as to where the review stands with DOT. Commissioner Otley Brown, you can hear me? Okay, all right, good. Those are just, any other comments? Does any of the commissioners have any questions that they would like the applicant to clarify during the public hearing?
I apologize, Madam Chair. Could you just call the commissioners each?
Sorry, Vice Chair Shibata, do you have any questions that you would like the applicant to clarify?
No, I do not.
Commissioner Otley Brown,
No questions.
Commissioner Shetta?
No, and I do believe that they said on October 18, they already submitted to DOT a builder pavement plan. They
Right,
did.
and DOT is still
Yeah.
reviewing.
Yeah,
so
and DOT is
That's the only
still, yeah.
communication I got from DOT is
Yeah,
they're still
yeah.
reviewing
Yeah.
the submission that was sent.
Commissioner Yoon, do you have any questions for the applicant to respond to?
No, I do not.
Okay, all right. Thank you. All right, next case.
2019-190A, 40-17, 28th Avenue, Queens.
Okay, I really don't have an update. Miss Matthias, did you get any update in the last few hours?
No, nothing from DOB, nothing from the applicant, except what I said, what I transferred to you last week. I did ask the DOB attorney assigned to this to appear today.
Okay. There are just a couple of things that it's more like a house cleaning. I don't know where this is going. So as I understand, there's a new plan examiner that's been assigned to this case, and I'm just a little bit confused, and maybe it's in the way the history of this has been going around. As per DOP letter dated 3/31/2023, it states that the appellant had filed an amended plan removing the reservoir spaces and also provided a traffic study. And based on that, that letter, DOB removed the objections related to zoning resolution section 25-62, which applies to residential district, and 36-521, which applies to, again, both are related to the size and space for commercials, for parking space, but that applies for commercial vehicles. So our lineup should be corrected to include both the zoning resolution section 25-62 and 36-521, since the appellant challenged DOB's determinations on these two sections.
Okay.
So we'll wait for the public hearing to hear from the appellant and from DOB. Any questions or comments you would like DOB or appellant to respond to during public hearing, Vice Chair Shibata?
Not at this time.
Okay. Commissioner Otley Brown?
Not at this time.
Okay. Commissioner Shetta?
Just clarification from DOB on what's going on.
Okay. Commissioner Yoon?
Same, nothing further.
Okay, thank you.
Zoning calendar, zoning calendar continued hearings. 2022-46BZ, 1005 Bedford Avenue, Brooklyn.
Okay. So the application was last heard on August 8th. Board asked for additional information and the applicant provided its response. So with regards to the fence height and FAR, the applicant's response, I don't think clarified the question. I can't rely on just past board's practices as the standard. Also, the board is allowed for course correction should in the past board made a determination that may not be what the zoning resolution is meant to state. So, and this is not an appeals case, so this is a variance case. So for the board to consider this application, a ZRD1 is required, which is what the board had asked the applicant to provide at the last hearing. And please note, our project managers have also reached out to DOB for clarification. So either way, we should get a response, and that would help us determine this, because it is a very critical set of interpretation of the zoning that we all need to be consistent with henceforward, and how it gets applied becomes critical. Especially, we have used rooftop fencing as also as a noise attenuation factor, so that becomes critical, not just for variances, but also for special permits. So we need to be very careful about how this is being applied. With regards to clarification provided regarding students who will be attending the school, at the hearing, the last hearing, the applicant had actually clarified it. I was satisfied with it. The applicant kind of provided that information in writing. So I did not have any issues with the submission. At the last hearing, I had asked the applicant to explore the possibility of adding fixed windows to allow light into the classrooms that are located along the side lot line on floors 3 and 5. I did not see a written response or any change to the plan, so I would like the applicant to respond to that. A noise analysis was conducted by the applicant's consultant based on DEP review. There were 2 additional sensitive receptors that were identified by DEP, so we are waiting for DEP to respond to that. So we do not have any sign off on the noise part of it.
Oh,
So
can I speak to
Sorry,
that?
sorry, go ahead. Oops. Yes, Ms. Benke, please go ahead.
Sure. Just to explain what happened with the noise analysis. So initially, the noise analysis looked at the smaller playground. So they submitted a revised analysis that showed the rooftop playground being expanded. We consulted with DEP, and we also consulted with them on the original noise study, which they had no issues with. But when the rooftop was expanded, they did have some issues with 2 of the receptors, as you said. So based on recommendations, the consultant relooked at those receptors and submitted a supplement noise analysis. So the supplement noise analysis found that there was, I believe, no exceedances regarding the 2 receptors that were in question by DEP. So at this point, if the board's comfortable with the supplement, we could go by that, or we could check with DEP to make sure the revisions are okay with them.
Okay. All right, thank you. All right. So that's a question for the commissioners also to respond to, or we can go to DEP. I think problem at this point is so if there is, let me ask you this question, Ms. Benke. If we don't think that there is a significant exceedance to the sensitive receptors, then no noise attenuation would be required?
I have to double check. I don't believe there was any requirement. Let me check on that. Might take a minute.
Ms. Prenger? Thank you, yeah.
I don't believe there's any attenuation requirement
There's nothing that exceeds.
because the increases in noise levels would fall below the impact thresholds. The impact thresholds are shown in table 2. So it's either 3 dBA over ambient if the ambient is over 60, 60 dBA, and 5 if it's under 60, and they all fall below.
Okay. So no noise attenuation measures would be required. However, oftentimes applicants do provide some kind of an opaque material to shield the play area. So I'm just kind of reiterating that partly in light of the newfound clarification that we're seeking with regards to zoning. The fence height, anytime a fence per zoning resolution, and this is, the way the floor area is defined, if a fence height is over 4 foot 6 inches, I believe,
Yeah.
then it gets counted towards floor area. Even though you may not have a roof over it. So the past practices, the regulation, I mean, the noise attenuation on the rooftop was dealt as just as a noise attenuation. However, should the floor area definition be read the way it is written, it would then count as a floor area. And the board never had waived the floor area because you never considered it to be a floor area. I think, I can't think for the prior boards, but just the way the resolutions had been written, it didn't seem to specify that. So that becomes a little bit of a concern, and we need, therefore, we do need that clarification from DOB and city planning as to what the interpretation and the understanding is. Maybe there was an interpretation that DOB made a long time, which somehow or the other is not there in any documentation that we have in our hand, but we need to get that clear understanding. Because it does affect the operation of the school and the playground, and that's a much needed programmatic need. Then the findings would have to change, and all the applicability would have to change otherwise. Okay. Vice Chair Shibata.
Nothing further from me, Chair.
Okay. Commissioner Otley Brown.
I agree with you that a ZRD1 should be in order just to put that issue to bed, and I have no other questions.
Thank you. Commissioner Sheta.
Thank you, Chair. I do believe regarding the noise analysis submitted, I do believe that the conclusion that was provided by the consultant of the applicant needs to be looked at either by, since DOB is involved, I would say, let's give him the conclusion and maybe send the study itself to the DEP to look at it to make sure. I don't think the finding that the fence is not needed for noise mitigation would help the school. I believe if the fence is not needed for noise mitigation, then it's why it's 15 feet. Take it down to 4.6 and just to get rid of the conflict with ZR 12-10. If it's a noise mitigation measure, then I believe that the consideration could be different. But yes, I agree that DOB should be opined on this, and I would say send both matters.
So you said DOB and not DEP.
DEP should look at the study
So just so you know,
to make
there's
sure
there's a
DEP
long, okay.
should look at the study to make sure that the conclusion is intact, because we don't have the means and the resources to review the study.
Mhm.
And if the conclusion is intact, let's send the matter to DOB to give us a determination on whether a 15-foot fence with the conclusion from the noise study might constitute a zoning floor area or not.
Okay, so there are two things. And another thing that you mentioned was that if it is not needed for noise attenuation, the height can be reduced. I would just be careful on that one, partly because these are playgrounds, children. We don't know whether they're playing throw balls or whether they're just running around or whatever, and for their own safety, so that they don't climb over the fence or something like that. Yeah. And things don't get thrown out from the rooftop to the adjacent property owner. It is better to have a higher fence, I would think, than a shorter fence, just as a safety and for liability reasons. That's just my thought. And, you know.
I tend to agree. It probably 4 feet 6 inches is kind of like, I've seen tons of schools with parapets. About
but they're at
4
street
feet.
level, probably.
No, top floors, rooftops.
floors?
Yes, like 4 feet and a half, 5 feet here and somewhere else. But what I'm saying is, if the fence is not needed for noise mitigation, there is nothing to justify the use of 15-foot tall fence, other than, I would say, two things: either noise mitigation or like make sure that you want to use this nice, decent area, and then it's boom, it's a floor area. We wouldn't be like involved in this. I understand that the applicant cited previous cases that the board looked at, but I do agree with you that even if the board like judge these kind of like floor areas before as non-zoning floor areas, we have the right to change. And that's why I'm saying let's not cross the bridge until we get to the bridge. Let's make sure that the conclusion from the noise study is intact and is good. And if it is, then we go to the zoning determination.
Okay.
Commissioner,
Um,
Executive Director Costanza.
okay. Mr. Costanza, can I go to Commissioner Yoon and then to you?
Yes, yes.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Yoon.
Thanks, and thank you, Chair, for carrying through my questions about the clarification on the definition of floor area. I think that the ZRD one should be obtained regardless, because I think that as maybe you had started to say earlier, I think there are two separate paths of clarification that we may need. On the noise analysis, I just want to note that the fence has been there. I think it's 10 feet and not 15, but the fence has existed for some time. It's in the existing photos. So it's possible that this has been a play area for some time. I only bring that up in the event that, you know, if other commissioners are satisfied with the noise memo and perhaps that this play area has in fact been used as an outdoor play area for some time without any complaints from neighbors. Potential, at least for me, I'm assuming that it has been, that why else would they have built the fence so high on the roof? So I am satisfied with the conclusion drawn in the in the supplemental noise memo. I do still think a ZRD1 should be obtained in the event that the BSA staff gets a clarification before the ZRD1 is obtained. Then we would obviously share that result with the applicant.
So you're basically saying leave the fence as is since it's a pre-existing?
That's not what I'm saying. No, I'm just saying from the DP, from the noise memo stance. I guess this is just an assumption I'm making that the play area has been used for some time. And if we haven't received any comments from the community board about noise issues, and the consultant has said that it basically screens out of any additional noise mitigation, I'm satisfied with the supplemental noise analysis that has been provided.
Okay.
I'm not making an opinion about whether the fence should stay or not based on the other things that we're talking about.
Okay. Thank you. Mr. Costanza.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I just wanted to piggyback on something you started to say as far as the height of the fence. I think it would be helpful if we knew if there was a requirement or some sort of what guides a rooftop play area's requirement for health and safety with regards to the fence. I think the height after the, you know, if the interpretation is that the height is 4'6", whether it's the chain link fence or it's an attenuated sound, I think regardless, it wouldn't matter. And also, I wanted to just remind also, I'm not sure what the fire department's position is. I know that sometimes they have to look at access to the rooftop in the case of some sort of an emergency. Again, I think it'd be helpful if they opine on it as well.
FDNY generally does set down, show the state recommendations for child rooftop play areas. And they do cite state laws that require certain height of fencing. So it'd be good to hear what FDNY has to say on that.
We do have a letter of no objection from
Yeah.
August.
Yeah. we do
After
have-
receiving a letter of objection prior, but that was, I think, based on violations. And here from what I understand, they've set the fence back on the proposed drawings by 6 feet in order to give the fire department access from the street level, as often required, to safely get onto the roof and then
Mhm.
enter the fenced area. FDNY can certainly confirm all of that, but I think that they've been involved. I was also wondering similarly, not that the school construction authority may have jurisdiction over this private school, but what guidelines there are for rooftop play areas, because there certainly must be some somewhere. In a quick look on the School Construction Authority's website, they just say that rooftop outdoor play areas should be enclosed on all sides and roofed. But that was a very brief look. So it'd be great to know from the applicant if there are other guidelines that drive the 10-foot high fence and any other specifications.
And Ms. Prenga had her hand up.
Well, I just wanted to add that there is a pathway for the fire department and an foot path, and I think they wanted the stairs, access to the stairs, which are shown in the path. I believe they may have spoken at the August 8th hearing. They can speak again if needed.
Yeah, and I think also with regards to the question that our executive director raised, like, is there any particular height requirement of fences from a fire department perspective? And I think also school, does School Construction Authority have any requirements? Is there a requirement that they need to be of certain height? So I think it would be very helpful if those guidance can be provided. And I'm saying that out loud so that the applicant can hear it and can let us know and guide us to those directions and requirements where applicable, whether that's in the School Construction Authority, Health and Safety, or Fire Department.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. That's the only reason I brought it up. I just wanted to clarify what the parameters of the questions are for the applicant to address. And I think the final piece of this is and again, I'm sure it was said, I just want to, for clarity for the applicant, I guess this is a very important interpretation with regards to the floor area. So if it will be required of a ZRD1, then let's, be clear about that so that even if we are trying to have conversations with DOB, it should come in a formal manner so that there's guidance moving forward for other projects.
And we can, it's in our interest as well as your interest to get this ZRD1 corrected. As I've indicated, our office has also reached out to City Planning and DOB with regards to the clarification. And so when the applicant is proposing to submit the ZRD1, I will strongly suggest that the draft be sent to our office for review to make sure it's consistent, and that be submitted. And we are and our office, especially our general counsel and our executive director, is in the loop in this discussion so that we can kind of get a clear understanding as quickly as possible. And if any guidance that needs to be provided at our end, our counsel and our executive director can facilitate that.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Okay. Yes.
2022-61BZ, 1002 Avenue N, Brooklyn.
Just 1 second, I'm scrolling through my notes. Okay. The application was last heard on August 8th. There were few clarifications board had asked for. The applicant has provided its response. With regards to the DOB objection, it has been amended and the front yard waiver has been included. Now, regarding enlarging I think one of the bigger questions that the commissioners had raised is why isn't this site utilizing the full lot line for its cellar? So regarding enlarging the cellar, the applicant represents that the increased cellar will not result in sufficient spaces to accommodate worshipers and egress requirement. And I have to say, I'm not convinced by this argument, and especially the argument that has been used regarding construction cost and complications. This is a very common site situation in the city. And this site actually has only one street wall to deal with. All three frontages are without any buildings, especially it being a corner lot, it has two front yards. So increasing the cellar to the lot lines along both sidewalks can reduce. I quickly looked through the cellar space layout. It can reduce some of the needs, and the kitchenette, which has been increased from the prior initial submission, and I don't think it needs to increase, can and along with its storage space can be moved along the side lot line. Also, like the larger men's restroom and possibly the coat room that is located on the first floor can be located in the cellar. And this will allow, and I think it requires a little bit of reorienting the layout, and please, this is just my initial thinking. Please do let me know if I'm wrong anywhere. This will allow for the main sanctuary. The main sanctuary can be located to the first floor. And the floor above can be the women's section overlooking the main sanctuary. And above that, a reduced third floor plate that is set back from the rear lot line can contain the Baish Madrash and the 2 classrooms and possibly an office room. And it won't even encroach the rear yard. I just, again, looking at the analysis, I think programmatically you get everything that you need. And at the same time, you get to utilize, reduce the degree of the variance. I would like the applicant to think about it and respond at the public hearing, if not in subsequent submissions. Okay. Vice Chair Shibata.
Thank you, Chair. I would like to hear the applicant's response to your suggestions. I have nothing further.
Thank you. Commissioner Otley Brown.
I have no additional questions.
Commissioner Shetta.
Thank you, Chair. I would like to add to your comments that one typical reason that like applicants or developers do not want to build a full cellar is probably because of that, like groundwater and these kind of like issues that raise construction cost and adjacent building conditions. I would say that I don't see any of these conditions impacting this site. So there is no big difference cost-wise between building a full cellar and the proposed configuration. So I would like to hear from them why they don't want to build like a full cellar, full lot cellar. Nothing further to add. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Yoon.
Thank you. I think I stated this when we heard this in August. I do think that extending the cellar out to the lot line will add some cost. It's not atypical that people do that when they find that the space gained is worth the cost expended. But I still, consistent with the last hearing, think that it will add some complication and cost to the overall building expense. Namely, your structural walls will no longer stack unless you bring columns down to the cellar. You'll have to provide some kind of transfer slab. You'll have to lower the slab around the perimeter in order to provide the necessary plantings, which will then have to be strong enough to hold the plantings and the trees. It's not, again, not a typical construction, but it is something that I guess we should be thinking about, not only on this case, but other cases where people don't build into their yards. Their cellars don't extend to the lot line. Because there is some added cost, I believe.
In this case, the yard is 10 foot and 18 foot deep. And you raised a good point with regards to the structural load transfer, because you would need a separate cellar structure for up to the sidewalk, and then the weight transfer would have to set back 18 and 10 foot. And that itself is not possible.
No, I want to be very clear. This is very common in construction. It just is going to be additional cost from what they're currently proposing.
Okay.
So to say that it's the same, I think is not true. But it depends, you know, if perhaps maybe the best thing is to have them come back with a response in the form of plans that shows how they could reallocate the spaces in an enlarged cellar. So that we can see what the quality of those spaces are and the rearrangement and what is gained or reduced, let's say, from the waiver in doing so, because there has to be some worthy exchange for the added cost in my mind.
Fair
If I were the client.
So, 1 second. Okay, fair enough. I do agree with you that it would be difficult to do in-ground planting because of that. And I think that is something that I'm willing to consider, because this is such a location, maybe in-ground, rather than in-ground planting, having a fence that is decorative would be adequate. You may not need in-ground planting. So that may alleviate some of the concerns with regards to water, you know, the allowing for the in-ground planting type of situation. So I understand that. And that has posed problem with projects. Commissioner Sheta.
Yeah, I just want to clarify. I didn't mean that it's not going to increase the cost. When I said the building full lot cellar is not going to increase the cost, impact the cost. That's what I said, I believe. It's not going to impact the cost. I didn't mean that it's not going to increase it. Of course, it's going to be some increase in the cost, but it's going to be some gain in the value as well. In the built over or the gain floor area, I would say, not the zoning floor area, but floor space. The reason I said that, because when you look at the site, even if they like pull the foundation wall all the way to the left and to the right, gaining the 10 feet yard and the 8 feet yard, excavation support wise, I don't think it's going to be change to that. Groundwater, if any, this area is known for high elevations. Groundwater is kind of like very deep. So it's not typical that groundwater is encountered. And even if there is groundwater there, the increase in the dewatered area is not that significant. On the structural configuration of the building, I cannot tell because I don't have structural plans submitted to us. But it's very common that people build full cellar and then in the second floor, just sit back and put the building on top of that. I actually recall that the first building I designed and built after I graduated was something like that. And it was the structure engineer could coordinate the locations for the columns and the walls in such a way to make sure he doesn't need a transfer slab. With a building of that size, I don't think a transfer slab is definitely needed. If a good coordination between the architect and the structural engineer is warranted. So I would like to hear back from them on that.
Okay. All right, so we have a little bit of a.
But definitely there's going to be some increase in the cost because of the extra excavation and some additional concrete for the foundation wall, but more or less design loads are more or less the same.
And since these are nonprofit institutions, you know, we don't do financial analysis, but we do factor in the financial hardship not in technical term, but as a more of a as an understanding. Overall, thank you. Yeah.
Yeah, maybe I
So-
mispronounced my like comment.
Yeah.
What I should have said, it's not gonna like significantly impact the construction cost in such a way that may cause them hardship. It's just some extra excavation and some extra concrete for the foundation walls. That's all. But of course, the gain is a floor space in the cellar that could participate
Right.
in reducing the scope of the waiver.
Yeah, I think that way I do like Commissioner Yoon's suggestion is maybe they can provide a floor plan of a fully built out cellar to show how the fully built out cellar space does not help them gain any additional floor space that programmatically addresses their need. That
Agree.
might be the best way
Yes.
to go about it.
Or it does, you know.
Or
you
it
can
does.
Put the
Or it
ground
does.
floor classrooms on the cellar level and you can fit these smaller space. There's a lot of large spaces, which is why you can imagine it might be difficult, but the smaller spaces could potentially be put in the cellar.
Right.
There's no natural light. There's a couple of other things.
There, we have seen classrooms in the cellars.
Yeah.
Lot of the multipurpose rooms has been used for classroom purposes, for summer programs, for youth programs, or various programs. So multipurpose room is meant for that. So there are classes that have been held. We have seen all mix and types of activities being held in the lower floor. And keep in mind, these are not classrooms, you know, it's not like a school, right? Where they're there 9 to 5,
Mhm.
5 days of the week kind of thing. These are people who come there for a short period of time, return, and go back. So nobody's sitting there for,
It's not allowed.
right. And it doesn't necessarily have to be a classroom. It could be just moving some of the non-so occupiable spaces. That's why I suggested maybe the courts room, maybe the men's room can be moved downstairs because you don't,
We found men in the basement.
well, everybody goes to the basement for a good reason. So there's kitchenette there, there's food there.
Sure, of course.
So, all right. So I think that would be one way of analyzing this and get around to this issue. But I'm not there yet, so I would like the applicant to take help me understand it better. Okay. Any other questions or comments from the commissioners? Thank you.
2022 93BZ, 2022 94A, 141-10 32nd Avenue, Queens.
Okay.
That's the final.
You know, with regards to the GCL, I went through my records and I may not have taken proper notes, but I want to go around and when I go around, please, commissioners, do let me know if you're okay with the GCL. I do not have it on my notes as to whether we discussed it in detail. There's not much detail, but I just want to have it on record that we all looked at it and we were okay with it. So, at the last hearing, and that was held on September 19th, the board had directed the applicant to revise the site plan to reduce the bulk facing Levitt Street to address finding C. The applicant has responded and revised the site plan by flipping the building and setting the floors above 5th floor from Levitt Street facing. It still results in the same number of dwelling units and distribution of units by bedrooms. It's still the same. The building height and the number of floors are also the same. However, the revised plan would reduce a little bit of the floor area. It reduces from 2.75 FAR. Initially, it was 2.52 to 2.48. And the building height has also reduced from 74 feet to 70 feet. Both of these measures, as I said, reduces the bulk facing Levitt Street and shortens the building fronting the street. So I really do want to thank the applicant team and especially the architect for listening to the board's suggestion and coming up with this solution. We had asked the applicant to also set back the building on the upper floors so that it's not such a tall structure is not looking over the shorter buildings that are fronting Levitt Street. So the applicant has really listened to the suggestions that the board made and made these changes. I do appreciate it, and I really want to thank the team for doing that. Along with that, the applicant has revised the financing, and Commissioner Otley Brown can weigh in on that. The applicant has responded to the questions regarding the permeable surface, and it states that it cannot be provided in the rear yard as the cellar is proposed to be excavated all the way to the west lot line. And also the permeable surface can't be provided along the fire department access ways since it does not meet the DOT roadway standard. So in its last submission, also the applicant revised the side lot condition by providing an 8-foot high residential quality fence along the lot line. And I want to thank the applicant for proactively making those changes. I do want a sample of the residential quality fencing that is being proposed. And as I mentioned, I really am very, very happy and thank the applicant for being so responsive through this project. Do we have all the secret sign off?
Yes, they submitted a new EAS based on the revised plans, and that just happened recently, so we're taking a look. I don't think it'll affect any of the sign-offs.
Okay.
Sorry, I
you.
didn't. Yes.
And fire department, I know signed off on the previous plan, and we have an informal letter from fire department saying that an email, I think correspondence that states that as long as all the prior fire department comments are met, they were okay with it, right? So we are just going to get another email to that effect. Ms. Prenga?
I have an email that I uploaded into the file from the applicant. They had communicated with FDNY, but it is from Kevin Malloy, I believe. I'll pull it up shortly.
Okay, all right. I did not see that, so I'll look into it during the break.
Here, I can share my screen if you want to see it.
Sure. Oh, okay, this is the one. I thought there was a more updated one. Okay, so they did not have an issue. The only requirement will be to ensure that the drivable street is on this lot is striped to identify it as a fire access lane with signage. Okay. So that would be part of the condition. And I'm assuming a note to that effect is also in the plan. Okay. Sorry, Vice Chair Shibata.
Thank you, Chair. I too was very satisfied with the submission. With regard to the General City Law 36, I don't see that they have any feasible way of fronting in this particular case. And under these unique circumstances that this building is in, I think it would be necessary to afford them a waiver of GCL 36.
Okay, thank you. And you were satisfied with the
I
rest
am
of it?
satisfied with the application.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Otley Brown.
So in answer to the question about the financials, I don't feel that this new project implicates either the B or the E finding in any measurable way, because what you're doing is, in this case, in order to create less bulk at the top, you're also sacrificing your most valuable apartments. And so the negative from that is offset from having superior apartments on top, but it's a wash as far as I see it.
Okay.
So I have no other comments. I'm pleased with the application as is, and I don't think they could build this project without a GCL 36.
Yeah.
So I'm fine with that.
Yeah, I think we inherently understood it, but I don't have it on record that we discussed it. So I just want it on record for that purpose. Thank you. Commissioner Shetta?
Thank you, Chair. I'm satisfied with the application on it's both prongs, the GCL and the other portion of the project. I would like to thank the architect for the beautiful submission he made or she made. It's beautiful. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Yoon?
Thank you. I too want to thank the team, especially the architectural team, for coming back with so many images and revisions to the design through this process. I'm also satisfied with the GCL. I should say I'm satisfied with the GCL. I'm satisfied with the variance.
Thank you.
Done?
Yes.
Okay, so this concludes the public review session for December, wishful thinking, October 30th, 2023.
All right, it's 11:50, so let's give 10 minutes for the applicant to get their team together, and we will start our public hearing after that. So 11:50 means 12 p.m. We will start our public hearing.
Thank you. Please remember that the mic is
If we're ready to begin, can someone just unmute the main computer and I will start the recording?
You're unmuted, so you can start the recording, Carla.
Okay, ready?
Thank you.
Okay, good afternoon. This is the Board of Standards and Appeals Public Hearing.
Microphone?
Hello? Oh, well, shoot.
Yeah, everybody's microphone, just. please make
Sorry,
sure.
put it back on, yeah, sorry. Good afternoon. This is the Board of Standards and Appeals Public Hearing for October 30th, 2023. We'll begin with the special order calendar, continued hearing items, item number 16, 16008 BZ, 65161, 671 Fountain Avenue, Brooklyn.
This
This
would be
is-
Mr. Dale, right?
Be Todd Dale.
Do we see Todd Dale? Yes, I'm going to allow. Oh, actually, I need to change to a panelist, right?
Mm-hmm.
Anybody else from your team, Mr. Dale?
Not in yet.
Good morning, or
Good
Hi.
afternoon.
Good afternoon.
afternoon,
Anybody else from your team joining in?
just me today.
Okay.
Okay, let me swear you in. Raise your right hand. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board and to respond honestly to board member questions?
I do so affirm.
Please state your name and proceed to respond to the board's comments.
Good afternoon, my name is Todd Dale. I am an attorney for the applicant. I did listen to review session and heard all the comments that were raised by the board. I would just generally state right now that we are open and agreeable to all, generally all the comments that were raised, and we'll hope to address these to the satisfaction of the board in a upcoming submission. I would just state initially that the primary goal of the most recent submission was to address the issue as to whether this application could proceed on the SOC calendar, or if a application on the BZ calendar would be required. I don't mean to assume, but based on the board's comments, it seems as if we will be able to proceed on the SOC calendar.
Assume correctly, yes.
To that end, I would just state that, we understand, there's a number of things we need to submit, and we're prepared to submit them. Those include, we'll submit an updated statement of facts, which incorporates much of the information that was included in the cover letter of the most recent submission. We will provide updated plans, including a site plan and sections that address issues that were raised by the board, just primarily with respect to additional greenery that could be provided, that would help emphasize the location of this site as a buffer site, as was discussed. We'll also use the parking amendment, text amendment with respect to that design, but also just really to ensure that the site can be used as a buffer, providing additional details on the proposed opaque fencing for the site, the new fencing at the site. At the prior hearing, Chair, you mentioned there were some other applications of materials that were used for those sites. We'll reach out to the board. We're open to any design, but we really do want to focus on providing brand new fencing that's fully opaque, that potentially could be anti-graffiti or whatever form or fashion. But we'll review with the board prior to next submission about potential options that have been used successfully at other sites. We will also review a traffic analysis in order to assess how the change in vehicles and the change in amounts might be of effect or no effect coming into the site. And then I would also say that we will also, with respect to the discussion of the conditions, as far as should this application be granted in the shorter term, we're agreeable to any reasonable conditions that are set forth by the board. I would just say, initially we think that it is appropriate if these were conditions that went to the property owner as opposed to the operator, because forget who noted it, we would want this to run with the land. We understand that there might be a need for a compliance hearing or shorter term, but we're agreeable to work both, either at hearing or off the record with the board with respect to those conditions. And I would also just finally state that, at this time, we aren't able to confirm the operator, but if that changes prior to the next hearing, we would gladly share that information with the board. So those are the initial comments I would make, but really it seems that the next step would be a substantive submission that addresses these concerns that were raised, including the statement, the plan, and the analysis I said, that would allow some of the findings issues to be reviewed and addressed by the board.
Okay, thank you. The other thing that in terms of the design, I also want to make sure when you're doing the parking layout, please do lay it out in such a manner where it is very distinct where the vans are going to park versus where the employees are going to park, whether that is through a method of circulation or the size of the parking spaces, how they're buffered, greened, all of that, because that can also very clearly indicate and might be much easier to monitor than to have to sit there and count exactly how many vehicles, and also makes it operationally challenging for someone to use a parking space is designated for an employee than for a van, those kind of things. I don't know how big those vans are, but and since you don't have an operator in mind, you don't know what the van, I don't know how you're going to write out your lease terms and what kind of tenants you're looking for, but just something that makes it absolutely clear zone of operation for van versus for employee.
Definitely, we could provide additional detail with an operational plan, but I would just say, just to help clarify at this point, the idea is that these wouldn't necessarily be spaces that were split to employee spaces and van spaces. These spaces are designed to be used by both. And essentially what would happen is an employee would come. Now, some employees would reach by public transportation, but the percentage of employees who would come with their own personal vehicles would essentially come into the lot, use one of the extra reservoir spaces set aside, because as there was discussion at the hearing, 107 spaces proposed, and we estimated about 70 to 75 vans would be there. An employee could drive into any open spot and then take the van out, and then they could drive the van back at the end of the shift and then take a car out. And there would basically be spaces that would be, I know we've talked about, programmatic needs reports and utilization, but there would be spaces that would essentially be occupied 24 hours, either by the van or a car, and would just rotate out. And that the idea is that you wouldn't have separate designated spaces just for cars, because that allows for fewer spaces at the lot, and it works as a reservoir system. So I don't know if that helps clarify some things initially, but we can include that in a submission, but it's a multi-use of spots is the design.
Can I just ask a question?
Sure, go ahead.
So does that mean that there's entirely possible that you might have 100 vans on this site?
Oh, no.
Vans could be in any parking spot?
No, it's designed is, as I said, these sites in general, the basic idea, it's generally designed that there's a reservoir, much as if we were doing like a drive-through special permit and you have space for cars waiting. This is designed where you have your core number of spaces for how many vans you're proposed. So let's say 70 in this case is what was estimated here. And then there's a number above and beyond that allows, because the transition isn't an even flow throughout the day. There's obviously the morning and then the evening when people return. You want to have enough reservoir spaces that are left over. So I don't know if that helps answer what you were asking, or if there's
it actually just makes it, to me, a little bit more difficult to monitor for compliance if it's done that way, because if you're talking about the ability to park a van anywhere on the site in any of the spots, then other than literally going onto your site and doing a count at various times of the day to ensure that there are no more than 70 vans, it would be quite difficult to monitor it, as opposed to if you said, for instance, the southern part of the site is solely for cars, and the northern 2/3 is solely for vans. And then we could see that if there are vans parked on the southern side of the site, then it's probably because there's an overflow of 70. There's more than 70.
Right.
So
Yeah,
I understand, how's this? You make it very clear and I understand what you're presenting. I do want to address that in submission, but I would just say, at this point, the scenario that you're presenting, what that does is it ends up where you end up requiring more spaces and not being able to have these spaces basically multitask and be used for both, creates a situation where you're having
Mr. Dale,
need-
I'm going to caution you using the word multitask. The moment you use the term multitask, it's raising
Yeah.
a red flag.
Okay.
And Commissioner Sheta
Yeah, I just want
wants
to
to
say,
say this. So I would let Commissioner Sheta state what he is, and then I will follow up with what I'm saying.
if you're saying that you would allow an employee car to park at a van spot, I would look at this like an optimization for the use of the
Mhm.
spots.
Exactly.
But the opposite, I would be suspicious about it.
Right. And that's why I stated in my statement is that if you are expecting this to be 70 van, then why can't you have like a situation where you have 70 vans with maybe, let's say, 10 employee temporary, some space where it's a holding area, and then employee number 1, I'm assigned to van number 12, and I go and I park my car temporarily, move the van out to a location, and then move my car spot there. And then this way, I am optimizing the van space with the vehicular space. Whereas the reverse is not exactly the way it may be ideally presented, but it's not practically is concerning, especially, please be, I hope you understand the reason for skepticism at our end, and we really want you to help us minimize that skepticism and actually take away that skepticism from the table by designing something where you clearly can show this is the area where the vans are going to be held, and I would want the vans to be held as far away from the Euclid. It should be mostly facing Fountain, Wortman, and area, and maybe some portion in the back, especially where you have the restroom, where the changing is going to happen, is close to the area where the employees should be parking. So this way you minimize the disruption and minimize the back and forth, because if I'm taking the van out, if I'm one of the employees that comes in, I take the assigned van out for that day. I'm out for that whole day and then I come back. That's it. It's a one time. It's not like I'm coming and going, but that does result in backing up, putting the car, and I don't know what I'm doing. Those are the parts that I don't understand, but it at least makes sure it minimizes the amount of back and forth closer to the residential portion and more along the commercial corridor. And maybe the fencing along the commercial corridor along Fountain does not have to be opaque. It can be a nice, beautiful wrought iron fence where it's visible, where you can see where the vans are located. But the rest of the portion, which is fronting residential, can be opaque and can be of more material. Again, I'm jumping the gun. I know we're talking about this, but you want to pick a material that you'd never have to face graffiti. If that's not done, there are a lot of creative solutions, I would say, that is out there that can address that. It could be material is one, but constant monitoring is required. And unfortunately, given the track record of this site, I don't trust and want to rely just on the monitoring. So there has to be other ways of doing it. What is that other way? And anti-graffiti plane, I'm actually someone in favor of art wall. If you want to work with the community and come up with an art wall that works for everybody, it's actually a win-win.
Understood. We're more than happy to explore
that to see if you can achieve that.
More than happy to explore that. And, I will provide additional detail on an operational plan that addresses the concerns that were raised by the board. And, I don't want to sort of design on the fly here. We'll present it. We understand what's been raised and the concern about monitoring the number of vehicles and, balancing that with also optimization of the use and trying to minimize any exchange that happens outside of the site boundaries. We've heard it and we'll address it. I think that's
Okay.
So-
Sorry, Commissioner Sheta, I cut you short. Did you want to add anything?
No, that,
to it?
and like I said during my testimony, during the executive session, tie the operational plan to the traffic study. Ask your traffic engineer to give us some notion, if he got 70 trucks or 70 vans, I would say, why does he need, let's say 85 spots, meaning 15 extra for the whoever driver is coming and putting, it should be some sort of like logic behind the additional spaces for the employee cars.
Understood.
Thank you.
Okay. So,
Tracy wants to speak.
yes, Ms. Benke.
Hi, one thing I just wanted to add is, since this is proceeding with the SOC calendar, we would probably request a tech memo showing that maybe not at this point, but just once the analysis is further along, to just confirm that the original neg deck, none of the conditions have changed that would affect that.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Any other questions or comments? Someone else is, okay, it's still Tracy's hand, okay.
Tracy, you want to put your hand down? Thank you.
All right. Any other questions or comments? Vice Chair Shabeta,
No.
Commissioner Young. Commissioner Otley Brown, do you have any other questions, clarifications? Okay, no. So Mr. Dale, you do understand where we are coming from, and I'm glad to hear that your team, your client is willing to work with it. That's a very good sign. So think a little bit outside the box in a creative way, positive way that benefits you, your client, and future operator, and most importantly, the community at large.
Agreed.
Okay. And I would suggest that any future submissions that happens, the community board is notified of the hearings and submissions are given, provided the community board.
Yes, we can
Okay.
do that.
Thank you.
Do we do the public?
Yes, do you have any other questions, sorry, Mr. Dale?
No, understood. It's very clear the things that we need to do. And it's, as I said, this submission was more of a threshold review. And now we can address all of these substantive questions that have been raised.
Okay. All right, let's then go to the public.
Okay. The case we're currently discussing is 16008 BZ 651 671 Fountain Avenue, Brooklyn. If you wish to discuss, dial 646-558-8656 or our toll-free number, which is 888-475-4499. At the prompt, you will enter the webinar ID number 840-7359-6649 and the pound sign. At the next prompt, you will enter the pound sign only. Once you are in, you will press *9 to raise your hand, *6 to unmute if you're calling in on the phone. And if you're in the Zoom room already and wish to participate, please raise your Zoom hand, which is the little hand at the bottom of your screen. Once you are recognized, you will have 3 minutes in which to discuss.
Okay. Mr. Dale, how much time do you need? I think this almost, you should take your time, put this together very nicely. So.
I agree, a submission date and a hearing date in 2024, and we can be flexible with the board's calendar.
All right, we'll look at the schedule and let you know maybe January, February.
That would be good, yes.
Okay. Also, I don't know if there is a neighborhood block association or anything in that area. You know, if you are thinking of some creative solutions to address the lot line conditions, you know, reach out to them.
We can contact the community board to see if they have any information they can provide.
Yeah. Okay, thank you, Mr. Dale.
Almost.
All right. Okay. So January, latter part of January or early February probably would make sense. And if you need more time and, let the project manager know, we can schedule it accordingly.
Understood.
Okay. Thank you.
295-57BZ, 14615 Union Turnpike, Queens. Raise your hand again, Mr. Dale. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board, and to respond honestly to board member questions?
I do affirm.
Please state your name for the record and proceed to respond to the board's comments.
Todd Dale for the applicant. I did listen to review session and was pleased to hear that the board was generally satisfied with the most recent submission. I would just state that we will submit an updated statement. This was a application where we came in as the second applicant and realized that, I think I realized at the same time Commissioner Yoon did, we hadn't updated the statement, but we'll update the statement accordingly based on everything that's happened in the record. And I would just state briefly in response to something the vice chair raised, that the operator did reach out to the neighboring building who is really behind this to see if they could help assist with updating the plaque. I don't know what the current status is, but they did reach out to say to the neighboring building.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Okay. That's the artwork. That's the memorial.
But you wanted.
Sorry.
Cleaning on it or?
Yeah, my comment was just there, I believe the chair mentioned that, aside from the memorial at the site, there has been additional graffiti.
No, I said if there are any additional graffitis, those should be removed. I think I said, I may not have stated correctly. If there are any additional graffitis, those should be removed.
Okay.
I didn't know.
Understood, and we agreed the wall that faces the side street was repainted, and I believe we submitted a photo of that, and they'll monitor that.
Yep. Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Any other questions or comments for Mr. Dale from the commissioners? Everybody shaking their head, saying no. Let's go to the public.
Okay, the case we are currently discussing is 295-57BZ, 14615 Union Turnpike, Queens. Should you wish to discuss, dial 646-558-8656 or our toll-free number, which is 888-475-4499. At the prompt, you will enter the webinar ID number 840-7359-6649 and press the pound sign. At the next prompt, you will press the pound sign only. Once you are permitted in, you will press *9 to raise your hand, *6 to unmute, to allow you to speak on the telephone. And if you're in the Zoom room already, please raise your Zoom hand, which is the little hand at the bottom of your screen. Once you are recognized, you will have 3 minutes in which to discuss.
Okay. How long does it take to put a trench drain together, and what kind of application process one needs to go through?
I do not know, but I would say that the representative, the applicant of the very next case is the engineer on this case. So perhaps you could slide that question into the next hearing.
Okay, will do.
From here.
Right.
Someone has background noise, please mute.
All right, we're just waiting for the clock to run out. And see if anybody called in with any issues.
I don't see anybody so far. There we go.
So I want to make a motion to close. Commissioners okay with that? Everybody's nodding their head in agreement, saying yes. So make a motion to close.
Sorry. Motion to close, Chair Shanda,
Aye.
Vice Chair Shabeta,
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown,
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta,
Aye.
Commissioner Yoon.
Aye.
Okay. Next item is 713. Thank you, Mr. Dale.
Thank you.
728 BZ, 425 Vanderbilt Avenue, Staten Island.
That would be
Nazir?
Mr. Divakar Gupta and Nasir Khanzada.
And I don't see Mr. Gupta.
I do see.
I see Mr. Kanzada. They're probably together.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think he's already,
Yeah, I'm here.
okay.
You want the video, please?
Video?
Video?
I'm not an applicant, so I can't turn on my camera.
Hmm.
Oh,
Okay,
make him a panelist. I can't.
change the
Oh,
role.
panelist, right? That's what.
Oh, I think I just did that.
Yeah. I can't do it. I'm a host.
Are you now a panelist? Not yet. Still change the role to panelist. Okay, now you are.
Oh,
Hi, Mr. Gupta. How are you? Okay, let me swear you in. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board and to respond honestly to board member questions?
yes.
Please state your name for the record and proceed to respond to the board's comments.
Diwakar Gupta for the applicant Nazir J. Khanzada. I listened to the review session this morning and we can make the changes that were suggested. So we can relocate the vacuum and the air pump. We'll move them to closer to the north side of the site, so next to the building, and that way any vehicles that are using the air pump or the vacuum will be using.
Back
Hold
up,
on,
back
hold
up.
on,
Oops,
hold on,
sorry.
hold on, hold on. You're going very
Sorry.
fast. I want to look at the plan while you're stating this, and I am very slow in getting the documents. So please bear with me unless someone can put the floor plan, the site plan on the screen, that would be helpful. Do we have? Yes. Thank you, whoever did this. All right, so yes, please walk me through where you're planning to relocate.
Sure. So we will move the air pump and the vacuum. We will put it closer to the building, so that way we haven't picked the exact location yet, but we'll put it next to one of the existing, next to one of the proposed parking spots, so that any vehicles that are using the vacuum or the air pump won't be parking on the sidewalk.
Okay, so it would be one of the parking spaces more along the Metcalf Street?
Yes, yeah. Probably next to parking spot 1. Yeah.
And it will be only one parking spot, not both, just one parking spot for both vacuum and air.
We haven't finalized that, but well, we could split it up so that one is next to parking spot 1 and one is next to parking spot 4.
I just don't know what the operation of these spaces are. I mean, how these spaces function. Does one go there for air and vacuuming at the same time? Is that the predominant kind of nature, or is just people mostly go for air and very few go for vacuum? I mean, the reason I'm asking that question is, given that this is such a tight site, you want to minimize the internal back and forth between the two parking spaces. You know, once I'm done with vacuum, I have to go drive through back into the sidewalk to make that U-turn to go to that. So just keep that in mind.
Yeah.
And since I don't do this often, so I really don't know. Do people do both at the same time, or do one?
It's unlikely.
They are unrelated. process.
Unrelated?
Yeah, they're totally unrelated, yeah.
Okay.
Vacuum is most likely for cleaning. Air, if you get like somewhat
Oh, some
flat
air.
tire, you wanna
Okay.
put some air on
Okay.
it, so.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay, unrelated. My expert drivers tell me, Commissioner who drive, tell me that they're unrelated. Thank
I'll
you.
take expert driver.
I think,
We'll take that.
you want that as a new
No.
title? I don't think so. Okay.
Let's not be picky.
Sorry about that. Okay, so so it seems it doesn't matter, so you can split them up. That's what fellow commissioner.
And then, we'll install bollards along the property line, so that way, so the bollards will be installed along Targi Street, going from the corner of the site to the trench drain, and the same on the opposite side of the site along Vanderbilt. So again, going from the corner of the site to the trench drain, and that will make sure that none of the cars that are parked there will encroach on the sidewalk.
Okay. Okay. All right.
And then we'll repair the wall. So we are planning on maintaining the wall that's along Metcalf Street. So we will repair the wall and we'll extend it all the way to the corner of the site. We're gonna keep the height at 6 feet tall, and we'll use 8-inch concrete masonry units, and we'll stucco and paint over the wall so to make sure that it looks nice.
And it's consistent with the treatment of the rest of the wall also.
Mhm.
And you've been generous with the French drains on this side, like not similar to the one before. But my understanding is that you gotta manage the side grades in such a way to make sure that there is no flow that comes from between the drains, right?
Yes, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
So I think on this one, since there's going to be a lot of curb cut relocation and new curb allocation, I'm assuming this would require a builder's pavement plan?
Yeah, I think most likely it will, because all of the sidewalks aren't in great condition and will need to be repaired. Yeah.
Okay. So you would need a builder's pavement plan. So all of these improvements would have to be pursuant to all the approved builder's pavement plan and the standards of DOT, I'm sorry. Yeah.
Do you want?
Yes.
Here or not?
Hmm?
Do you want a copy of one or a draft one or no? You don't usually.
Typically, what is the standard?
For this type of application, it's not required. If the applicant would like to submit one, but probably as part of our conditions, we will ask for it to be submitted and approved by DOT.
I think that would be
Okay.
the best way. Thank you.
Thank you, Ken.
Thank you, council. Okay. Any other questions? Any other questions or comments? Oh, Mr. Dale from prior application did ask me to ask you as to how long does it take to put a trench drain and what's the process?
It doesn't take too long to actually physically install it. It would take maybe 1 or 2 weeks to install it.
But what kind of approval? Do you need to submit anything to DOB to do it, or?
No, I don't think, no. There's not really you don't need DOB or DEP applications.
Okay,
Really?
I did not know that. It doesn't fall under builder's pavement plan, okay? But I guess it's within your property, that's. why.
Yeah, in that
Okay.
case, it wouldn't. I think if it were a new application or if it was an alt one, so yeah, I'm a little surprised, but usually trench drains have to be connected to obviously the main sanitary storm line, depending on what you have on the site. So normally DEP through DOB would review such a
Yeah.
thing. I don't know about retroactively putting one in and what the process is there, but if this was a new build, all of the site drainage would go through a DOB review that would be pushed to DEP for approval, internal to the DOB review process for permitting.
Right. If it were a new site, then yeah, it would be a site connection proposal with the DEP. In this case, it's an existing site, so.
Okay. And in your plan, I just want to make sure you have indicated where the trench drain will drain to.
It's gonna be connected to dry wells, so, for this site, since we're putting in a canopy, we are doing, installing dry wells, and it'll be connected to those dry wells.
Okay. So is that clearly stated in in the drawings or in your statement?
I think it's stated in, I'll make sure it's, added if it's not there already.
And do you think the amount of drains you provided on that application is enough? Because I'm looking at the plan for this application, and I see you kind of surrounded the entire site with drains from all the sides. On like on the other one, it's just one piece on one side. So are you planning on like managing the grades over there to make sure that every single drop of stormwater goes to that piece of trench drain, or what is that? How are we gonna look at the design for that?
Right, yeah, it depends on the grading of the site, so in this case, yeah, it depends on the grading of the site. If all the water is naturally flowing into in one direction, then it makes sense to install the drains over there.
Okay.
My question is look at it, and if you believe that you can manage the grades, I don't have a topographic survey for the site, that's why I'm saying that. If you believe that it's hard to manage the grades to divert the stormwater to just this piece of trench drain, then you're gonna need to add probably another 2 or 3 pieces around the site, similar to the subject application, the one that we're looking at right now. So just think about that.
Oh, wait, just to clarify, you're talking about 14615 Union Turnpike.
I'm sorry?
You're talking about Vanderbilt Avenue or the previous 146?
The previous application.
Okay, yeah.
Yes, Vanderbilt, you did a good job on it. The other one, I cannot criticize what you did because I'm not looking at a topographic survey, so I don't want to assume that the site
We
grades. are
can't
not-
talk about the previous one because we closed it. We'll have to reopen it.
Okay. I believe he got it.
Okay.
Okay.
But on this case, are you filing drawings with DOB to convert the auto repair shop into a convenience store?
Yeah, so for this case, we will be filing with DEP for including the trench drains for all of the site connection, yeah.
Okay, so that will go through the DOB process. It will be noted on your drawings.
Mhm.
Okay, thank
Yeah,
you.
for previous one, well, okay, I won't talk about the previous one.
Okay.
Okay, thanks for that clarification. Any other questions or comments? No. Okay, let's go to the public.
So the case we're currently discussing is 713, 713-28 VZ, 425 Vanderbilt Avenue, Staten Island. Should you wish to discuss, dial 646-558-8656 or the toll-free number, which is 888-475-4499. At the prompt, you will enter the webinar ID number 840-7359-6649 and the pound sign. At the next prompt, after that, you will enter the pound sign only. Once you are in, press *9 to raise your hand, *6 to unmute to be able to speak on the phone if you have called in by phone. And if you're in the Zoom room, please raise your Zoom hand, which is the little hand at the bottom of your computer screen. Once you are recognized, you will have 3 minutes in which to discuss.
Okay. How much time do you need, Mr. Gupta, to make these corrections?
The changes to the plans we should be able to make within a week or two.
Okay. I don't have the schedule in front of me, unfortunately, so I cannot tell you, but our project manager will get back to you. I think our November schedule is quite busy. I don't even know what the December one looks like. It's okay, so Ms. Matias is saying possible. So we'll get back to you. So most likely December, if not January. I hope we won't have to wait that long, but we will get back to you as soon as possible. Do you have the combined calendar?
No, I don't have it. on.
I have it here.
Oh,
So December,
just give us a second, Mr. Gupta.
1, 2, 3.
I have no hands up.
No.
Just remember what kind of cases.
We-
You have to look
we
if
have-
you're loaded on cases.
No, this is
14 is
doable.
light.
This is doable.
Yeah, we can do December. November is long, we have a lot of cases. Yeah, so December. Yep.
Okay.
So take your time to fix everything. And do the commissioners feel that they can close on this, or do you want to review the revised plan and then close accordingly?
I think we can close, and if we have issue with the revised plan, we can be open.
Mm.
Do you have, Tony, you have a preference? I heard you, Tony.
Okay. I think that we prefer to see the revised plan
Plan.
before we close. All the commissioners are, majority of the commissioners feel like we want to see the revised plan. Okay, so it will remain open.
Sorry.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, next case.
New cases, 799-89 BZ Volume 3, 1470 Bruckner Boulevard, Bronx. The Bronx.
The Bronx. 799. This would be Mr. Goldstein, right?
Yeah.
Hey,
Is it Mr. Dale or Mr.
no, it's the
Goldstein?
Goldstein. I don't know if Mr. Dale is still on there.
Can we kick him out of the room?
We throw you out of the room. Is that so?
Mr. Dale, can you step out of the room?
See any more cases? Let's see.
Thank you. I just.
No, he does. So he has an A case.
Hi, everyone.
Pull him back.
Oh, there you go.
There I am. I think Bonnie from my office is supposed to be in the waiting room also. She's going to present.
Bonnie's there, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, Bonnie Rose.
Yes, Bonnie Rose. I see it. I just gave her the access. Yep.
Hello, everyone.
Hi.
Do you have the?
I should, here we go. Okay, now you can see me.
All right, raise your right hand. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board and to respond honestly to board member questions?
I do.
Please state your name for the record and proceed to respond to the board's comments.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. Bonnie Rose with the Law Office of Jay Goldstein here on behalf of the applicant. We heard this morning's comments and we appreciate the board's review of the matter and their feedback. So just to address those comments a bit, the site operates from 6 a.m. to 7 p.m. Monday through Friday and 6 a.m. to 3 p.m. on Saturday. In terms of the requested prior BSA resolutions, we can send those into the board, as well as the requested interior site photos of the site as a whole, and in particular showing the fire alarm. We can also submit proof from the FDNY that fire alarm is active and in working order. With respect to the signage that the board referenced, that's actually been there for quite some time. The prior plans from 2003 and 2014, which were the two prior SOCs, already approved by the board, both show the signage. And if you go to Google Street View, there's a photo from 2009, which is the earliest photo in their timeline, which shows the signage as well. So that's been there for a while. In terms of the number of buildings on site, we can clarify that in our photos and our statements. And we can also go into more detail about the use of the towers. We actually have photos from the 2014 application, which show those towers on the site. So similar to the signage that's been there for a while, but we can, further go into detail about the use. And as to the sidewalks, we can undertake those repairs and submit photos showing that that's been completed. And I believe that's everything that the board wanted to know.
So you have made improvements to the sidewalks, or you will be making improvements to the sidewalk?
We haven't yet, but we can undertake those now that the board has given us that direction.
Okay. So whatever improvements you have made, yes, photos are definitely the best way to tell the story.
Understood.
Yes, thank you. That was very thorough. Any questions or comments? So with regards to the signage, I would say, I know it's been there with the prior approvals. There must be some note from DOB that grandfathered or that allowed it. Do you have any documents?
So I can check into that if we have, I can see what we, see if there's anything available.
I
Right,
think we have DOB approved plans.
okay. That's,
We have
enough.
DOB plans with perforation that show it as approved from 2005 or not. I don't remember the date, but 2000 and something, early 2000s.
I think that's the golden answer.
Okay.
So that's really what we want to know and have it on file. And that way, and in your statement, you can just correct that and make that clear.
And please provide any relevant permitting information you have along with the plan.
Understood.
Yes. Thank you, Ms. Brown. Okay. Any other questions or comments for Mr. Goldstein's team? Okay, let's go to the public. Okay, the case we are currently discussing is 799-89BZ. Sorry. 1470 Bruckner Boulevard, the Bronx. Should you wish to discuss, dial 646-558-8656 or 888-475-4495, 4499, which is our toll-free number. At the prompt, you will enter the webinar ID number 840-7359-6649 and press the pound sign. At the next prompt, you will press the pound sign only. Once you're in, press *9 to raise your hand, *6 to unmute to be able to speak if you're calling in on the phone. And if you're in the Zoom room already and you wish to participate, please raise your Zoom hand, which is the little hand at the bottom of your screen. Once you are recognized, you will have 3 minutes in which to discuss. How much time do you need to make these corrections?
About 4 weeks. 4 weeks.
Probably quicker, but depending on the board's calendar.
Yeah, our Novembers are pretty booked, so December is more likely. All right. That's December 11th or 12th, Jay, which is submission would be November 24th. That's doable?
Bonnie, you good with that?
Yeah, that should be fine.
I don't see any hands. Mr. Goldstein, you have a good team here.
That's why we hired her and that's why we're keeping her.
Oh, sweet. Okey doke. Thank you. All right.
Thank you,
very
everyone.
much,
Have a
everyone.
good one.
Okay, take care. 2016-4468 BZ, volume 2, 2070 61st Street, Manhattan. This would be Dan Eggers, I believe. Yes. Oh, Michael Zoltan. I'm sorry, Mr. Zoltan. Confused law firms. Yikes. Oh, all right. Dan's hand is up also. All right. Am I right? Yes. I have. Yes. Dan Eggers. Should it be both or one of them? Both. Both of them had hands. Okay,
Mr. Zoltan? And Dan? You're from the same firm, right?
Yes.
Yeah, okay, I was right. I wasn't crazy. I just got confused there.
So, hi. So Michael will be presenting.
Okay. Both raise your hands though. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board and to respond honestly to board member questions?
I affirm.
I do.
Okay, please state your name for the record and proceed to respond to the board's comments.
Michael Zoltan of Greenberg Traurig on behalf of the applicant. I'm joined, as you see, by my colleague Dan Eggers and by Josh Bissinger from ownership. So we attended the board's executive session and we heard everything that there was to be said. And I noted that there were 3 points that I just wanted to briefly address. The first is an updated timeline of construction. So we're moving at a more rapid pace than even in our submission. So at this point, construction completion target date is the end of November. So
Mrs. Zoltan,
can I
you're
stop you?
fading in and out.
Yeah.
We're getting a little bit of a muffled sound from you. You may need to come closer.
better?
Yes,
Okay, it went to the wrong microphone. Sorry about that.
go ahead.
So I will wanted to address the 3 points that were raised in the executive session. The first is about the timeline. So we are moving at a more rapid pace than we presented when we submitted. At this point, construction completion is targeted for the end of November. The drywall work at this point is 95% complete. The HVAC work will start in the beginning of November next week. Electrical, plumbing, gas work is complete, and we're applying for inspections within the next couple of weeks. The ceilings will be closed by about mid-November, and then we'll file for the PAA for the final mechanical plans in November and hope to apply for TCO in December. And hopefully we'll receive the first TCO soon thereafter, the end of January or so. The board asked about the final CO, and that's a little bit more complicated because, as we explained, we are still seeking a tenant, and the final CO will be contingent on tenant build-outs. So we don't have an exact date that we can present a final CO since that we're waiting for the tenants.
Okay, and you don't have any prospective tenant at this point?
Correct. We are actively working. We think that the market has made a bit of a turn and that we are hopeful we'll have one soon, but we don't have one right now.
Got it. So I think that clarification in the letter would be very, in your statement would be very helpful.
Sure.
As to why the CO, I am assuming it will take maybe 18 months. Let's just give a reasonable, realistic projection as to how long it will take.
Understood. Okay.
With the caveat that it's contingent upon getting a client, getting a tenant in place.
Right. Okay. The other 2 points were about the open violations. So the remaining ones are just for category 1 for elevator. And we still hope those will be resolved very soon by the end of the year. That's not needed for TCO, but either way, we're going to address it soon. And the last was about interior photos, and we can provide interior photos within the next week or so.
That's great. Okay. Any questions or comments for the team? No. Let's then go to the public.
Okay, the case that we're currently discussing is 2016 4468 BZ Volume 2, 27 East 61st Street, Manhattan. Should you wish to discuss, dial 646-558-8656 or our toll-free number, which is 888-475-4499. At the prompt, you will enter the webinar ID number 840-7359-6649 and press the pound sign. At the next prompt after that, you will press the pound sign only. Once you're permitted in, you will press *9 to raise your hand, *6 to unmute to be able to speak on the phone. And if you're in the Zoom room already and wish to participate, please raise your Zoom hand, which is the little hand at the bottom of your screen. Once you are recognized, you will have 3 minutes in which to discuss.
Did I ask you this question? How long will it take for you to put all of this information together, Mr. Zoltan?
Well, the only real information that we'll need is photos, and that will probably take 1 week.
Okay. 1 week to submit?
Yes.
I just want to look at the combined lineup.
We can't submit in time for that, but we can do this one.
Yeah.
Do we have one?
Okay.
So submission,
I want to, is the clock?
oh, wait, 30 minutes, 30 seconds, 29.
Okay.
Looks like that's it.
He's got the combined.
We have a one together. Yeah. Yeah.
I want to, once the clock runs out, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay. So I think the information that is needed, I mean, you've already presented it. It's just crossing the Ts and dotting the Is and submitting it in a written format for our record. I'm satisfied with it, and commissioners, are you satisfied with the response provided? If so, would you be okay if we closed it?
Yeah.
Okay. So the Commissioner Otley Brown, yeah? Yeah, okay. So I then want to make a motion to close it, and I would like to schedule it for vote for the second hearing on November. That'll give you enough time to submit, because I think the submission date for November is already gone. So that way you'll have enough time for the November hearing, the last November hearing.
So that would be November 9th for the 27-28 hearing, Mr. Zoltan.
No, November 9th submission, November 20th hearing.
Yeah.
27 or 28.
Yeah.
Well,
27,
decision would
right.
be 27. Yeah.
Yep, make a
Okay.
motion to close, please.
Chair Shonda,
Aye.
Vice Chair Shabeta,
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown.
Aye.
Can't hear you, Commissioner. Can you raise the volume a little bit?
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Shepherd,
Aye.
Commissioner Yoon.
Aye.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okey doke. Next one is, oops, getting this mixed up, sorry.
It's 1 o'clock.
2018-188A and 2018-189A, 194-28, 194-32 Dunton Avenue, Queens. This is Alexis Landesman.
Okay, let's see if we have missed. Yes, I do see her.
You don't need to be sworn in, so.
Okay. Anybody else from your team?
No, it's just me today. Hello, everyone.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Good afternoon. We have attended the executive session, and ultimately the board was looking. Sorry, is there some? Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Sorry, we have attended the executive session, and the board was just looking for an update on where we are with this application. The new architect has submitted a revised builder's pavement plan and is still waiting for DOB to approve that. We had submitted this revised version to DOT and are just waiting for comments back. So at this moment in time, we are just, awaiting a sign off ultimately.
Okay. Were the changes substantive or like?
I don't believe they were. I think that was just revising, because there's no work to be done on this site. It's just changing labeling in the site plan, just labels.
Okay. When was it submitted to DOT?
DOB.
Oh, DOB, I'm sorry.
It was submitted in October. I believe it was the beginning of October, and a copy was sent over to DOT of the revised plan, but DOB is still reviewing them. So we haven't gotten the stamp from DOB.
Okay, all right. We do need that. Without that, we can't even close.
Sorry.
The builder's treatment plan, yeah.
Listen,
That
it's,
is a critical part of GCL.
yes, understood. Right. At this point, I think we can, we'll stay in touch. Tony, let me know if you hear from DOT, and conversely, we'll also let you know if we hear from DOB. And on our end, I guess at this point, we'll just notify the board when we hear anything, and then we can go about scheduling that.
Yeah, you are, I mean, you are copying Tika and I think Leela, so that's good.
Yeah.
At least once you get something from DOB also, that'll be great.
Yes, we'll do. Thank you for the patience. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
right.
Any questions or comments? Vice Chair Shibata?
No, nothing.
Let's go to the public.
So the case we are currently discussing is 2018-188A and 2018-189A, 194-28, 194-32 Dunton Avenue, Queens. Should you wish to discuss, dial 646-558-8656 or 888-475-4499, which is our toll-free number. Excuse me. You will enter the webinar ID number 840-7359-6649 and the pound sign. At the next prompts, you will only press the pound sign only. Once you are permitted in, you will press *9 to raise your hand, *6 to unmute to be able to speak if you're calling in on the phone. And if you're in the Zoom room already and wish to participate, please raise your Zoom hand, which is the little hand at the bottom of your computer screen. Once you are recognized, you will have 3 minutes in which to discuss.
Okay. So let's just keep each other posted, and moment you have an update, just inform. I think you're working with Ms. Matias on this.
Right.
So,
Please make sure you continue to copy Tika and Kalila.
And keep us posted.
DOT manager, sorry.
Yeah. Let me see if anybody has raised their hand.
Not yet.
I just want to look at the attendance list. Nope, none of them seem to be. This is our applicant pool. Okay.
20 seconds.
Oops.
I missed out.
Okay.
No hands.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Fannis.
Thank you, everyone.
Okay.
Okay. Sorry, 2019-190A, 40-17 28th Avenue, Queens.
Okay, my sincere apologies. I forgot this application has, this is an appeals case for an interpretation, and we typically take cases that have our sister agencies involved, heard earlier, and my sincere apologies to DOB for having you kept waiting. I completely
Sorry,
forgot.
yes.
My apologies.
Yeah, sorry about that, yes. Sorry. Mr. Dale? And Helen Thomas.
And who from Italy?
DOB is Helen Thomas, counsel for DOB, and Mr. Dale.
I see Miss Thomas, I'll change her to panelist. And where is Mr. Dale?
That's Mr. Dale.
He's in the room already?
Oh, he's
okay. All right.
I don't see him.
I don't see him.
He was here.
I'm here.
Okay.
I see myself in the top corner. I'm not
Yeah,
sure what corner I am
very
there.
small screen, so I cannot see
I know.
it. Okay, all right.
Ms. Thomas is in the room?
And
Yes,
Ms.
see Ms.
Thomas?
Thomas.
Yeah.
Counselor, sorry.
All right. Again, my apologies for keeping you waiting. We generally take these cases first in the public hearing.
I don't think we would have this.
I don't think there's anybody needs to be sworn in. So what do I need to hear from whom first?
I would just start and say that Ms. Thomas provided.
Mr. Dale, I
It seems-
apologize. We always let DOB speak on procedurally in these cases, so if you don't mind.
fine.
Yeah,
Ms.
it's an
Thomas will start.
application.
I know, but
Okay.
they always speak first.
All
I
right,
don't know if that's appropriate. But let's move on.
all right, let's just go for this time with DOB.
Okay.
Hi, my name is Helen Thomas. I'm here for DOB. I submitted the latest objections and plans to Mr. Dale this morning. And he indicated that he was going to be requesting to withdraw his application.
Okay,
And nothing further. Thank you.
okay, thank you.
Dale?
Mr. Dale?
I concur. We received, I appreciate, thank you, Ms. Thomas. We got the objection sheet noting that the particular objection that's before the board was considered addressed and removed. We can submit a letter of withdrawal. Procedurally, I don't know how this works with the board, but I don't know if it's possible to do a second call for tomorrow, if we can get that letter in this afternoon.
I'm,
You know,
Yeah, if the board members are okay with it, we
I'm
can
fine
close the
with it.
case today and then schedule it for withdrawal tomorrow.
can we do that?
There's no rule against it.
Okay, I'm
Right.
fine with it. Yeah,
Then-
then let's do that. We will close it today and then we'll wait for the letter from you, Mr. Dale, and we will do a second call on it and do a vote tomorrow.
excellent. I'll get that in this afternoon.
Okay, wonderful.
Thank you to both Ms. Thomas and Ms. Matias for all their help getting this resolved,
And council.
Yes.
Say council.
and council. Everybody.
Yeah, a lot of people were involved in it, so I really do appreciate it. It's been a very long-standing application, and I appreciate everybody's involvement. Mr. Dale, your team's involvement also in getting this forward. Thank you.
Just an administrative note, because this case is not on our calendar for tomorrow, we will need to amend that. The vote,
Oh, the vote?
yeah.
What do you mean?
Oh,
We don't have to vote to close. You can vote to withdraw,
yeah, it's a vote
Yeah,
to
vote to
withdraw.
withdraw.
because we can withdraw
We
a
don't
case
have to
without
close.
closing it.
Yeah, we can actually,
No, well.
Yeah, we often do, because
You have
oftentimes
to
it's
vote to
withdrawn.
withdraw it. Yeah, but you can do it tomorrow. I mean.
yeah, so
Is
we'll
there
take a
any
vote
issue
tomorrow to withdraw it once we get the letter
So
from
we'll
you.
put on for second call.
We'll put it on for second call. That makes sense. That's why I'm going.
You don't need to close it, yeah.
We don't need to
We
close.
voted
We
on
often withdraw.
We often withdraw it without.
Yeah,
And
without
that makes it
closing,
not
yeah.
with prejudice,
Yeah.
right?
Okay. Do you want to go to the public anyway?
Yeah, we need to go to the
Public.
public anyway.
Okay. So the case we're currently discussing is, oh, Jesus, sorry. Forethought. 2019-198, 40-17, 28th Avenue, Queens. Should you wish to discuss, dial 646-558-8656 or 888-475-4499, which is our toll-free number. At the prompt, you will enter the webinar ID number 840-7359-6649. Press the pound sign. At the next prompt, you will press the pound sign only. Once you're permitted in, you'll press *9 to raise your hand, *6 to unmute to be able to speak if you're calling in on the phone. And if you're in the Zoom room already, please raise your Zoom hand, which is the little hand at the bottom of your computer screen. Once you are recognized, you will have 3 minutes in which to discuss.
And Ms. Thomas, you don't need to be for the second call. I appreciate your participation at today's hearing.
One minute. We have 3 continuing cases. You want to break for lunch?
Yeah, I think the next 2 cases are going to take some time.
Okay. How's the hand up? Oh, that's Todd, probably, so.
Okay. All right, so Mr. Dale, please send the letter and this will be on for second call. So we have 3 items for second call tomorrow.
Mhm.
They'll be heard first. In the order they appear today. So this will be the 3rd item that will be heard.
Yes,
in this-
okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. We are going to take a 30-minute, 35, typically we take 35-minute lunch break, right? We're gonna do that.
Yeah.
So it's 1:15. So that takes us to 1:50.
It's almost 2:00.
1:50. Let's keep the math simple.
Yes, ma'am. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we're taking a break and we resume at 1:50 PM. Thank you. Please remember that the microphone is still on.
What happened? What did you do?
Sure.
Harlow, we don't have a quorum. Please stop the recording. Yes.
We're good? Ready to go? Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we're back on the record. This is the Board of Standards and Appeals public hearing for October.
Microphone, is your microphone on?
Microphone, thank you, Teresa. Okay. Good afternoon. This is the Board of Standards and Appeals public hearing for October 30th, 2023. We'll resume with the zoning calendar, continued hearing items, 2022-46 BZ, 1005 Bedford Avenue, Brooklyn.
This would be
Richard LaBelle.
Richard LaBelle, Alexia. Yeah. Jeff Rudin, Alexander Meltek. Amanda, not for this, she's for the
No,
next
she's for the
one.
next one. She's the third one, I'm sorry.
Anyone else from your team?
No, it's just Richard and myself.
Okay.
Okay, Richard, and who else? Okay. Raise your right hands. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in response, truth in your testimony before this board, and to respond honestly to board member questions?
I do.
Please state your name for the record and proceed to respond to the board's comments.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and Commissioners. We have attended the executive session and we'd like to address the comments earlier. The first being the windows on the 3rd and 5th floor. I've spoken to the applicant and I'm just waiting for him to review the financials and speak with the architect. And so will provide a response to that in a submission. The other comment was with regards to the noise study. At that, it seems like the board is just waiting for DEP approval, and so we will just stand by for that. And then the overarching comment was with regards to the rooftop. Carlo Costanza had requested some insight as far as the rules with regards to fencing, and so we took a look at that on our end, and in accordance to the rules of the City of New York, section 47.47, outdoor play areas and facilities, the rooftop play areas shall be enclosed by a climb-proof fence at least 10 feet high in height with an additional 45-degree inwardly angled panel. And so obviously we will provide that in a letter just to have that.
This is section 47 is in which section of the zoning? No, sorry.
This is the rules of the city of New York. This is section 47.47, and it's called outdoor play areas and facilities.
Okay, thank you.
No problem. And so we really wanted to discuss with the board with a little bit more detail with regards to the ZRD1 and how to proceed with that. So I'm going to just hand it over to Richard.
Hi, Chair. So we're appreciative of the board's handling of this case and understanding that we do have an educational institution here and that this application is thus under some time constraints. I think that that the only real issue for us is that to file and have a ruling on a ZRD will add months to the process, whereas we've submitted information not only in the rules as stated by Ms. Landesman, but also as far as BSA precedent, that the proposal here would comport with prior precedent, and that the height of the fence would not implicate the waivers required. So I'm not sure whether or not there's any way that the board can proceed on this matter without requiring the applicant to go back for ZRD. I mean, I know that there was some discussion during the executive session about precedent and the fact that the board is able to change that, but it's kind of like it's able to do so should it have a good reason for doing so. And as the board is an appellate agency presiding over DOB, we're not exactly sure why we would now send this back down to DOB when the board would be the eventual decision maker in this regard. So again, we're thankful, we're appreciative of the board. We want to work with the board. Having said that, this is going to cause the applicant no small amount of hardship to go back and forth with DOB right now on a ZRD.
Okay, couple of things. I need one question to be answered. The fence that is in place, was that approved by prior board?
No, I don't. Alexia, I believe the answer is no.
No.
Okay.
So could we, I just had a question as a way of resolving the issue. Could we just, if we vote to grant this, grant it with the maximum amount of floor area? And if DOB makes a determination that that roof is extra floor area, then they would have to come back?
I was thinking along that line, but that kind of jeopardizes many of our special permits. So keep in mind, we get schools through variance, and then we get schools through special permits. So in cases of special permits where we do grant, where we in the past have granted an approved rooftop play area, which by the current read of the text seems would then qualify as a floor area. I don't know what it does to that, and because we are not waiving floor area in that, right? So that to me is a little bit of a concern. I too thought of it that way, and we can put a caveat saying leave it to DOB to determine whether that counts as a floor area, and if it does, one way is, there are two ways. One is what Commissioner Otley Brown is saying. The other one is we approve it as it and then put a note saying it's for DOB to determine whether the enclosed space counts as a floor area. If it does, then the applicant has to come back to us and do and amend the approval. I'm just thinking out loud. I have not even discussed it with my counsel, with our executive director, but that's just my thinking at this point. And Ms. Prenger, yes?
I just wanted to state, I believe this is a variance for floor area.
Right.
So
yes, so it is variance for floor area. All I'm saying is that we can, I mean, if we are to grant for the variance for floor area, then the application needs to be modified to include the floor area that would be generated from it. That makes it easy for this case, but not necessary for the special permits for the for school sites that are located in M district or C8 districts. And that's where I'm running into an issue as to how this would be, how we would treat those cases going forward, and what does that mean? Mr. Costanza.
No, yes, Madam Chair, just, I think you're correct in distinguishing between a variance and a special permit. It's a very different analyses and not something so simple to just amend. If it were a special permit, for example, it's just a different analyses. We don't have the jurisdiction to consider anything other than the use.
Right.
So, you know, I just leave it to the board to determine how this application is treated versus others.
So one of the suggestions, there are two suggestions out there now. One is it's a variance, we grant it with the increased FAR. And if so, then the application needs to be modified by the applicant, and that's that would be one way. That's very simple. And meanwhile, if DOB determines that it doesn't count as a floor area, you can come back and amend the application. And that, I must say, you must do that. I'm not going to let that floor area sit there for you to come back later on saying, you did grant that FAR, therefore please let us cover it up. No, that's not going to happen. The second option would be granted with the old understanding until DOB determines otherwise, and then amend the application to allow that increased FAR.
I would suggest going with the latter.
Going with the latter, why?
Well, as we have been doing these in the past, we've been acting as if it's not floor area. And that's been going by. We don't want to create a situation where we would be opening up.
Okay. What about you, Commissioner?
Yeah, the second one, I'm satisfied with it.
Okay.
Commissioner Otley Brown.
Commissioner Otley Brown.
So I also wanted to say another point in support of the second one is that it would be in the applicant's interest to come back to us should there be a determination that it's a floor area. If we went the other way where they gave them floor area, there isn't necessarily any incentive for the applicant to come back to us if it turns out it's not floor area.
Okay, Commissioner Yoon.
I agree with what Commissioner Otley Brown is stating.
Since this was a concern you had, would you be comfortable with proceeding in this manner with that big caveat?
I mean, yes.
In the interest of time, I really am saying this in the interest of time. Otherwise, I wouldn't be so lenient.
I mean, yes, and that's because, of course, we do have a lot of case precedents, many of which I have not sat on the board for, but I understand that this is how the board has interpreted outdoor play area not counting as floor area. And so not to unfairly put the burden on this particular case, because I have raised it on a number of cases, if we can find this workaround that allows them to proceed, but would require them to come back in the event that the interpretation is that it is floor area, then I believe the latter option is the better path forward.
Okay, I would just correct, I just want to put one comment to your statement is that I don't want this to get dragged on, because I don't want other applications to come in and we put this caveat in, and in the event we need to resolve it together.
I agree.
The applicant team and us need to resolve this very quickly, because I don't think it's beneficial and it sends the wrong message.
In that event, or if we proceed with the latter, are we then telling them that they don't need to get a ZRD1?
They don't need the ZRD1 because that will kind of confuse DOB, but we need to individually, we as an agency need to proceed with DOB immediate, and we have already engaged DOB in that discussion, but we need to keep that momentum going. I'm just confused, and Mr. Costanza, correct me if I'm wrong, if they file a ZRD1 and we make this approval on these conditions, Does that confuse the matter? I think it does. That's my take on it.
I would, Madam Chair, and not only for the applicants present, but just for school applicants in general. I would only, my concern is that if schools have proceeded where a waiver wasn't sought and the board is acting on the question before us as to a use or to a certain amount of bulk, in no way was that approval a de facto granting of waivers that weren't contemplated if it was an error. So there could be an instant in the future where a school gets an approval, can build, and then if for some reason we're audited or there was a complaint against that school and the Department of Buildings determined that now they were non-complying with bulk, it could be a bigger issue. And again, I'm not isolating this particular application. I'm just bringing it up, especially that there is an applicant here who's well versed in schools and I think can appreciate what I'm cautioning here. So we really need to think about, again, the board can grant this with the understanding that it's not waiving floor area in some instances, and really then it's proceed with caution. But again, in no way would our approval be a de facto granting of things not before us. It's there could be many instances and other instances where a waiver wasn't sought or something wasn't contemplated and it went through until it doesn't go through.
I have a question, if I may.
Sure, please, Commissioner Yoon.
Mr. Lobel, you talk about a time constraint, but the site does have a temporary certificate of occupancy for the current approved DOB floors that have been in existence, correct? So can you explain the nature of the time constraint where a ZRD1 would create these massive hardships for your client?
So yes, I'd like to jump in. Thank you for the question. So the client currently has the 5th floor under construction. It is not being used for floor area. It's still under construction. And so they're trying to figure that out, and they're only going to proceed with turning it into classrooms for students upon obtaining a variance. Additionally, they would have to undergo switching the students. Right. So currently the school is used for the boys' school. And so the end goal is for them to be using it for the girls as an elementary school and a high school. So there's a few factors in play here.
Okay. So construction wise, it's ready for occupancy, but you cannot until the grant has been made. Okay.
Okay. Is that true? Because don't you need this grant in order to get the permit to do the construction?
It's been done. So we're trying to legalize the floor for classrooms. Currently, there are no classrooms. There's no partitions on the floor, and students are not allowed to access the 5th floor or the roof.
Okay, and then the timeline for needing to do the switch is.
So ideally, the school wanted to be able to prepare for this school year. Unfortunately, that was, for September, they weren't able to do that. So probably for the next semester, but I'd have to confirm with my client.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, any other questions or comments for the applicant team? Let's go to the public.
Okay. The case we are currently discussing is 2022-46BZ 1005 Bedford Avenue, Brooklyn. Should you wish to discuss, dial 558-8656, or our toll-free number 888-475-4499. At the prompt, you will enter the webinar ID number 840-7359-6649. Press pound. At the prompt after that, you will press the pound sign only. Once you are permitted in, you will press *9 to raise your hand, *6 to unmute in order to speak if you're calling in on the phone. And if you're in the Zoom room already, please raise your Zoom hand, which is the little hand at the bottom of your computer screen. Once you are recognized, you will have 3 minutes in which to discuss.
And just going back to that section, Ms. Landesman, that you referred to, the maximum height is 10 or minimum?
No, I hold on, let me pull it up. So at least 10 feet in height.
Minimum, okay.
Ms. Landesman, I realized I misspoke. I said there was a certificate of occupancy for the use, but there isn't actually a TCO for the most recent construction.
No, this is an application to
legalization of the whole.
Exactly.
But there were permits obtained for the original 4-story structure.
Correct.
Was the roof with the fence or the 5th floor included in those drawings?
I don't know. I would have to double check and provide a submission for that. I would have to check those submissions with the DOB and with the client.
Okay, thanks.
I think all of these questions
Oh,
that Commissioner Yuen is stating is well meaningful. It's trying to see if there's a way you're trying, some other agency has considered it and used that as a way to kind of proceed.
Yes. Also, I'm just trying to understand the actual hardship of the time. Why can't they get a ZRD1? What is the actual hardship? To me, I'm not convinced that there is one that, a ZRD1 should take 6 to 8 weeks, I think, but I'm not.
Taking long.
Yeah, maybe it's taking longer, but I'm just trying to drill down what it is, what we have, how much of a legalization is it for the entire project at this point. The school year has started. Again, just trying to assess everything because we are trying to get this resolved as quickly as possible. And I think a ZRD1 would be the most formal and clear way in which to resolve this, but I defer to you on how you want to proceed.
You're right, ZRD is the formal way. Unfortunately, though, ZRDs have taken a lot longer than we actually assumed them to be. So I think we have already started the outreach. I rather have us go through this thing as quickly as possible. And we anyway are not going to close on this, so we still have another round of hearing that we have to go through. Hopefully between now and the next hearing, we can get a little bit more clarity on this. And but it seems the second option is the way that everybody would prefer to go. Should we not get any feedback from DOB? If we do, then first option. Right?
I would look at the second option as I would call it non-formal way to get a determination from DOB if we put a note that we haven't considered this enclosed area as a zoning floor area, and then we'll leave it to DOB to like make a judgment on it. It's some sort of asking DOB to make a determination on that.
Carlos, hand is up.
Yes, Mr. Costanza.
Do we want to hear from FD?
Yeah, no, I think Commissioner Shita just raised a similar idea. I was thinking about as far as a pathway, considering the timing here, is that just to provide clarity on the plans that if we grant this soon, that the board is taking no position with regards to floor area, with the understanding that then they will have to sort this out at DOB in the event, and proceed. They could continue to proceed moving forward in the event that it's determined otherwise, then with the understanding they will have to come back and amend the application.
Okay. Actually, thank you. Do we have fire department?
Mr. Daly's on the call.
Oh, he is. Okay. Chief Daly, do you have any input on this? And especially with regards to case, does fire department have any comments?
I thought he was there.
Do we have him? I
Oh,
don't
it's Jake
see him.
Goldstein.
I
Sorry,
don't
did the
see
one
him.
thing.
John Daly is on the.
Sorry, Madam Chair.
Oh, sorry, I hit John.
Okay.
Oh, I didn't.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, the fire department had reviewed the revised route plan, and we have no further objection on this application.
And generally fire department does not have any comments onto the minimum height of the fence or any of those things. So
No.
that's
No, ma'am, we do not.
okay.
Do you want something in writing, or are you fine with statement or anything else?
No,
That's fine. Okay, great.
Yeah. Okay, all right. So we need to get feedback from DEP regarding the noise. What's your timeline, Ms. Landesman, in terms of for the school? I know you missed the September starting point. What's the next starting point? Would be the September 24?
So, I mean, we would, on behalf of my client, as soon as possible, obviously, to just start the construction and make those classrooms, ready. Ultimately, we just need to provide you with an answer with regards to the third and fifth floor windows and the section that we were referring to with the 10-foot fencing regulations. Aside from that, we're really just waiting for you to hear back from DOB and DEP. So as soon as possible would be ideal.
Okay, all right. So we'll try to schedule this for
Tracy Elmore.
do we have Tracy?
I'm here.
Okay.
Where they're at?
What is the likelihood of getting a response from DEP on the noise? The timeline?
In term, we usually, this is something we have discussed with them already, so we'd be reaching out and hoping to have a response by the end of November.
Okay, so by the end of November. That takes us to December.
Maybe the third week in November, we have a call, we can discuss this. Sort of.
So let's do one thing. Let's try to, did we call the public?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let's try to schedule it for end of November. And then put a hold in December. If everything is tied up nicely, we can try to close and vote. We can vote then.
Yes, Madam Chair, we can accommodate that. And in the event that there's unresolved reviews, we could just move it to a next hearing or something like that, just to expedite it.
Right. Yeah, if need be, we can, yeah, okay.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. And I would say if you do have, this is for Mr. Lobel and Ms. Landesman, if you do have any way of reaching out to DOB in the meantime on this question matter, I will strongly suggest you also help us get this answer because it's in your interest also.
Understood. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much for working with us.
Thank you.
Thank you.
2022-61BZ 1002 Avenue N, Brooklyn. It's Mr. Goldstein.
Yes. Is there anyone else, Ms.? I don't see anybody else who has raised hand from Mr. Goldstein. Nope, that would be for
Hi.
the next case.
How are you? Good afternoon.
Okay, raise your right hand. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board and to respond honestly to board member questions?
I do. Thank
Please
you.
state your name for the record and proceed to respond to the board's comments.
Good afternoon, Jay Goldstein for the applicant. We heard the board's comments and we'd like to discuss it a little bit and see where we go from here. At the last hearing, Madam Chair, I believe you raised a similar concern of, why we wouldn't do this full cellar, and there was a discussion, albeit brief, and I think Commissioner Yoon was sort of echoing what my position was. Although we may be able to enlarge the cellar, and I think Commissioner Shetta, to your point, it is done. And as mentioned, I've brought cases where we have done it. In this situation, when analyzing the space that would be recouped by enlarging the cellar, our position was we wouldn't gain any substantial space that would allow us to reduce the fourth floor or any of the other floors where we would be able to recoup that sanctuary space. So if the board remembers, this case initially came to the board and we had a full fourth floor proposed. We reduced that fourth floor at three sides in response to the board's comments. In doing so, we lost classroom space. We were able to make up some of the classroom space, but we did lose, I think we're still short one classroom from our programmatic design. We also reduced that sanctuary at the fourth floor by over 300 square feet. And in doing so, we also had to shift around where the congregants were praying, and that's what led to the front yard waiver to accommodate the reduction of the fourth floor. By proposing the cellar to enlarge the cellar, the accessory spaces may be able to go there. We may be able to regain some classroom space or shift around an office down there, something along those lines. But I don't believe we'll be able to get a sanctuary down there. You have 1,500, the smallest sanctuary space is 1,500, is 1 second. The smallest sanctuary space is at the fourth floor is about 1,550 square feet. It's 30 by 50. If we were to try and locate a sanctuary space in the cellar, we would lose either the multipurpose room or we would, we'd have to significantly reduce one or the other. Madam Chair, to your point where you'd mentioned maybe we'll just drop the second floor down to the first floor. If you do that, the second floor sanctuary is 50 by 60, almost 62 feet. So 61 by 50. If you look at that floor plan and you just kind of imagine dropping it down, you would lose the lobby, you'd lose the bathrooms, you'd lose the offices and the coat rooms on the first floor. But you wouldn't have a lobby where you can enter the sanctuary or you can enter the building and then have people go. It would be a very crowded, very unsafe lobby. The second floor, that's the second floor, and the third floor sanctuary space mirrors that layout with an open area to the bottom because, as the board is aware, the second floor is the men's section, the third floor is the women's section, so that gallery looks down into the men's section. But again, that gallery is 61, almost 62 feet wide. So you would lose, it would shift it down, but we would lose at that first floor at the entrance to this building. You would lose the lobby where everyone enters, and you would lose bathrooms on that level as well. So I don't think there's much to be gained by doing that. And the option of dropping the fourth floor, let's say, and putting it on the same level as the first floor, again, given the width of the fourth floor, which is 30 by 50. You'd end up having to get rid of the classrooms and the coat rooms and the bathrooms, put them in the cellar. So perhaps that can be accomplished, but you would have to reduce the size of those two sanctuary spaces, the Beit Medrash and the fourth floor, to allow for egress from those spaces out of the building. So I think it would create a very cluttered space, not something that lends itself to the sanctity of the synagogue, the layout of which most synagogues have a nice lobby when you walk in, a larger lobby, so that when the women exit and the men exit, there's enough space to accommodate all of those people. So I don't think that we would gain the ability to recoup these sanctuary spaces, which is the driving force of this application, and which is really what's being proposed above grade, by enlarging the cellar. So the benefit of having that enlarged cellar would not outweigh the costs, complications, and potential for upkeep that we envision based on other synagogues in this area being a problem for the community. I think that was the crux of the review session and the crux of my my argument over here. We did try and, when the board asked us to shift the building back and make it a little smaller, respectful of our neighbors, we did that, and we think the board was happy with the design at the fourth floor. And we would ask that we be able to maintain the sanctuary spaces to accommodate our program.
I will agree with you that by moving the main synagogue to the ground floor, even if you remove the courtroom, the office room, the restroom, all the way in the cellar, you still do not have enough of a main congregation lobby space on the ground floor. And since this building also does not have much of a front yard, we want to minimize the spillover of the congregants onto the public sidewalk. So from that point of view, having a more generous main lobby on the ground floor is important, and especially on on Sabbaths and high holidays where the main sanctuary is used, there won't be that much of a holding area for the congregants within the building. And so I agree with you on that part, that it doesn't give you then much of a meaningful space. And okay. Okay, Mr. Goldstein, you've convinced me.
I appreciate it, Madam Chair.
Just for the record, in your next submission, the letter, what you stated so beautifully here and how you argued it, just lay it out in that way.
Okay, no problem.
Any questions or comments for Mr. Goldstein? Okay, let's go to the public then.
To the public?
Yeah.
Okay, the case we are currently discussing is 2022-61BZ, 1002 Avenue N, Brooklyn. Should you wish to discuss, dial 646-558-8656 or the toll-free number 888-475-4499. You will enter the webinar ID number 840-7359-6649 and press the pound sign. At the next prompt after that, you will press the pound sign only. Once you're in, press *9 to raise your hand, *6 to unmute to be able to speak on the phone. And if you're in the Zoom room already and wish to speak, please, please raise your Zoom hand, which is the little hand at the bottom of your computer screen. Once you are recognized, you will have 3 minutes in which to discuss.
Do we have any outstanding? I think we have still outstanding SECRA issues, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Can I ask? I push my luck, but if the board is willing, since it's only SECRA outstanding, can we perhaps close the hearings so that if SECRA does get signed off, we can have a decision at the next hearing date? And I'm willing to go for a longer delay on the hearing date so we don't have the issue with having to defer.
We have done that in the past, and I will do that here. Only thing is, since the status is regarding noise, air quality, and hazmat, they often may, if the result comes out that it requires to be addressed, then the drawings will have to be revised with regards to noise, air quality, or even hazmat. If there is like they want some,
There's no open hazmat review. Just
there's
air
no
quality.
hazmat. Okay, great. So it's only air quality and no noise, right? Or noise and air quality.
Noise and air quality, yes.
Okay, so just keep that in mind, Mr. Goldstein.
I understand.
All right, so there being no hands raised.
No hands raised. So, commissioners, you're all okay with closing this application? Everybody's shaking their heads in agreement? All right, then I make a motion to close, but the record will be kept open for any follow-up information with regards to SECRA. And if the drawings need to be revised, they must be revised prior to decision. And they need to be submitted at least 1 week before the submission decision.
That's fine. And is it being left open for basically copying my letter?
Yes,
so you
yes,
can put
that
my
too.
letter in?
Yes,
No-
yes, yes.
no
That is
problem.
just cleaning the record and keeping the record clean.
Perfect.
Of the information. Yeah, actually, the submission should be,
I'll do it on schedule.
yeah.
With the hearing, with the decision.
Yeah, thank you.
The motion to close, Chair Shanda,
Aye.
Vice Chair Shabeta,
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown,
Aye.
Commissioner Shetta,
Aye.
Commissioner Yoon.
Aye.
Thank you all so much. Have a great day.
Thank
Bye.
you.
2022-93 BZ, 2022-94A, 141-10 32nd Avenue, Queens.
Okay, this is where we have
Amanda. And Ianati and Zirkia, is that how you pronounce it?
And I think he's he's the architect, isn't he?
I hate mispronouncing people's names. God.
That's why I'm not even pronouncing it.
Zirkiev.
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 I think it's Zirkiev.
Yes, hi, hello, Zerkiev, correct.
Thank you. Good.
Hi, good afternoon.
Okay. Please raise your right hands. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth before this board and to respond honestly to board member questions?
Yes.
Okay, please state your name for the record and proceed to respond to the board's comments.
Hi, Amanda Ianati on behalf of the applicant. We listened to the executive session this morning, and I don't believe there's anything to respond to at this time, but we do want to thank you all for your careful consideration of this application, and we are happy our latest submission is found satisfactory, and the architect also wants to express their thanks for your kind words to their design. So thank you again.
My only comment would be in a written letter, just provide a sample of the kind of fence. If you can just revise the plan and indicate the kind of fence you're proposing.
Okay, I can have them add, I think they just put like residential typical in the note on the first floor plan.
Yeah, typical residential also sometimes contains chain link fence. We just don't want that. So I just want to get a sense what, unless you want to share that on the screen in terms of what, I don't know. I don't think your architect is here. Your architect is.
Sam is there. It is Mr. Zirkiev.
No, Ricky Frankel is the
Oh, is it?
architect.
I'm sorry.
No, it's. Am I wrong?
Are they in the waiting room?
No, nobody's in the waiting room.
No, I can easily, if we're not, it's just, we're poised to close today, but not vote. So, we can easily add a, more notes to the plans about the type of residential fence.
Yeah, I think, yeah. Because we have pretty much everything and we can close. This is more, this is not, this is editorial comments. It's not substantive. So I'm very comfortable about closing it. And then you can make submission. Okay. Any questions or comments for the team?
We're also going to just send, we found one sign-off letter that should be added to the EAS. We'll send that to you.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, let's.
I have Murov getting on the line if you guys still need him. Should I have him get on the line still?
It's okay. You know, I think we're not going to vote today. We'll close it. So you can make a submission with that additional information, and that should be fine.
Okay.
Miss Ianati knows the kind of fence that we are talking about. We're not talking about chain link fence. We're looking for something that is very respectful, kind of nice, like those nice, now they have these picket fences, kind of modernized picket fences, and sometimes wrought iron fences, but those tend to be transparent. You want to basically have a fence that is not going to be that will act as a good visual buffer, since you're not able to do a lot of planting along the property line. So something that would be opaque, but not a chain link fence with cloths hanging on it, and something that is more than 4 foot tall, some 6 foot or something like that, so that you're making sure anybody in their backyard will not see into your yard.
So yeah, we did include a height, but we did not include the material. So the note right now just says 8 foot high residential fence at lot line typical. So we can include the materials.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Okay. All right. Did we ask for the public to
No,
call
we
in?
need to go.
Okay.
Okay, we're going to the public. The case we are currently discussing is 2022-93 BC and 2022-94A, 141-10, 32nd Avenue, Queens. Should you wish to discuss, dial 646-558-8656 or our toll-free number, which is 888-475-4499. At the prompt, you will enter the webinar ID number 840-7359-6649 and press the pound sign. At the prompt after that, you will press the pound sign only. Once you are permitted in, you will press *9 to raise your hand, *6 to unmute to allow you to speak on the phone. And if you're in the Zoom room already and wish to discuss, please raise your Zoom hand, which is a small hand on the small hand at the bottom of your computer screen. Once you are recognized, you will have 3 minutes in which to discuss. Who's Michael Muraf? Michael Muraf. I have a Michael Muraf in the room. Oh.
The architect.
You raised his hand. Is that the architect?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Well,
He can speak.
Right.
Let me add him to the panel.
Okay.
And you may have to swear him
him
in. Okay, while we're waiting for the public to call in, why don't you swear in?
Is he there? I don't see. Oh, there he is. Okay. Raise your right hand. Mr. Muraf?
Oh, wait, one second. There we go. Okay.
Didn't see him. There you go. Raise your right hand. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board and to respond honestly to board member questions?
I do.
Okay.
Can
Go
you
ahead.
please state both your names?
State your names for the record and you proceed.
Ricky Frankel.
Michael Muraf.
First of all, thank you. Thank you very much. You really came up with a very good solution, and your feedback and thoughtfulness all throughout the process is much appreciated.
Thank you. Thank you for your comments.
Okay, so I think the question we had was the kind of material that is being proposed for the fencing along the lot lines. We want to make sure, the residential quality, as it's been stated, but we wanted to know more of the details. They need to be opaque, and at least I think the plan says 6 foot high, right? 6
I
or
think it's 8 foot.
even
Yeah.
better, 8 foot high opaque fence. And the idea is that this fence should block the view from the rear yard. You want the privacy on your yard because you're so surrounded by your neighbors. But likewise for them, they don't want this use to be a botheration, especially the cars driving in and out. So keeping that in mind, a fence of that quality, so it has to be opaque, and 8 foot high seems good enough. And something that's not a chain link fence with some cloth hanging on it.
Right. No, it would not be. It would be opaque, either fiberglass fence or similar to that. It would certainly not be a chain link. And we can so state that.
Yeah. So just revise that section of the drawing with a, it's a sample, like a section or a plan that, elevation that just shows what is being proposed.
Absolutely. Okay.
Okay, thank you again.
Thank you.
For your participation. Yeah, thank you. And thanks to your client, Ms. Ayanati, for being understanding and letting the team work out the solution with the board.
Noted.
You want to close? Did
No speakers, there are no hands, no speakers.
No hand, okay. Time is gone?
Yes, ma'am.
You changed the sound?
Yes.
Okay. All right, so
It was too
jarring?
too jarring, yes.
Okay, I make a motion to close, with only caveat, just revise the plan for that element. And the EAS needs to be updated with the sign off letters.
Motion to go, Chair Shanda,
Aye.
Vice Chair Shabeta,
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown,
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta,
Aye.
Commissioner Yoon.
Aye.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you again.
Well,
Thank you very much.
And we will schedule this. Oh, how soon can you give this to us, send this to us? We will try to schedule it for either end of November or December.
Oh, we'll have it by next week, if that's good.
Yeah, so end of November is more likely, if not December.
Oh, no, we can have it sooner. We can have that right away.
No, we're talking about a hearing, sir.
Vote. Yeah, so we also have little constraint. We have to prepare the resolution, so I want to make sure that we have enough time to prepare the resolution, send it to you. So it would be either end of November or early December vote. We will get back to you on the date, but sooner you can submit it, best for all of us. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, that's the last case, but I just want to mention, so for tomorrow, before the regular calendar, the three cases that are on for second call are 2022 38BZ 4902 14th Avenue, Brooklyn, 2023 09A 43 Cunard Avenue, Staten Island, and 2019 190A 40-17 28th Avenue in Queens. Those are three cases that will be heard before the regular calendar tomorrow.
Yeah, for decision.
For decision.
For decision.
Okay, so this concludes the public hearing for October 30th, 2023.
And since tomorrow is Halloween, I'm going to give bonus points to everybody who dresses up in the most festive way. And the bonus point is a secret.
You get chocolate.
Okay. Bye, everybody.
I think it was not working. Camera, my son. Yeah, for some reason. No, I took it off.
Oops.
It's working overtime now.
Yeah. Right.
It went on, when I tried to put it back on, it didn't go on. When we had broken it. Thank you so much. We're good.
Ishrat, will you be here tomorrow also?
You can run.
Yeah, can you close the Zoom?
I'll ask Emil if you can